Welcome to the Wizard of Radical Self-Respect. My name's Jared Mello, and I'm the Shepherd of Black Sheep. Hello there to D and Cat. Yes, Wand. Blue Wand today, Cat. You're so perceptive over there, but I hope you feel better soon if you're not feeling well. Today, we're going to go over Sheriff Nanos. There is an attempt to recall him, and it was started by a Republican out there in Pima County. And if it works, then Sheriff Nanos will have a choice and he'll be able to. People want him to resign, basically. But if the recall attempt works, there's going to be a vote. We're going to talk about it and listen to Brian Etten and our buddy, Maureen O'Connell, former FBI agent. We're going to hear them talk about it. And there's a few other things to go over today, too. Ashley Banfield, maybe Megan Kelly, maybe others. And we'll see how it goes. Miss Kim, welcome. Always very prompt. One of the new mods. Mayor, how are you? Well, we're going to go over that, Mayor. You got to watch. Ramajama, what's shaking? Ashley, welcome, Ashley. I don't think I remember seeing your name before, unless you've changed your name. Yes, our friend, Maureen O'Connell. Danielle, calling Danielle. Tech Death Hippie. I like that name too. Welcome, sir. Bella, how are you this evening? From Kentucky, eh? Kentucky's in the house. I love it. The bluegrass country, they call it, right? I have an aunt in Kentucky. But how is everyone today? Well, I do my best, Mayor. Although Kat will tell you, I can be sassy sometimes, but for the most part, to my people, to the flock of black sheep, I will always be good. To some of the others that are coming at me, sometimes they get what they get. But for the most part, I'm pretty chill. Great to see you too, Bella. Bella is our resident surgical nurse, by the way. Eliza, welcome. Glad you're here too. Sharon, welcome. Oh, we got a bunch of the southern states here. Kentucky, Tennessee, southern England. So remember to like the video here on the way in. Last night, our buddy Shadow the Night Owl had a lethal dose of fentanyl, and he didn't make it. He didn't make it. We didn't get enough likes to buy his Narcan. But hopefully tonight there will be a different issue. Like the video if you want to see Sheriff Nanos recalled. That's what you'll do tonight. If you want to make sure Sheriff Nanos is recalled, like this video. Sunset, welcome. Pam, welcome. There's a few people from Ohio here, Pam. And Indiana. We got all over the states. Sunset Lover. Oh, okay. It can be hard to keep up with the name changes, but, you know. Martha, welcome. As long as you let me know, I can remember. But all right. Let's pop into the Brian video here. Brian's going to talk to our friend Maureen. Kelly Dubs, welcome. Kelly. Georgia, another southern state. The Southerners like me. I love it.
Hey guys, thanks so much for checking out my show. I really, really appreciate it. Please click to subscribe. I really appreciate all of the support. Today is day 46 in the search for Nancy Guthrie. A couple of interesting updates today I'm going to get to in this episode. First of all, I got some new information. There was all sorts of questions about Annie Guthrie's car, why it wasn't returned, what was taking so long. I got some specific information about what was happening behind the scenes there that I'm going to get into in this episode that makes sense. And I go through it all with retired FBI agent Maureen O'Connell, my friend, who's also been looking into the case. So you're going to hear from her. I'm going to get into that. Also, really the big news of the day is this effort to recall Pima County Sheriff Nanos. Obviously, there's been a lot of criticism of the sheriff ever since the Nancy Guthrie case came about. And it's interesting, right when I got to Tucson, I realized pretty quickly that there was drama with the sheriff. I mean, there were a lot serious. There's this Arizona Republican congressional candidate who's initiated the process of recalling, contacting me, talking about the sheriff who didn't like the sheriff, which, sometimes I take with a grain of salt just because there's always politics involved. And, I was sort of just focused on the situation with Nancy, but I started to realize and peel back the layers that, there's been this ongoing issue with the sheriff and people who are not pleased with him. And now there is this recall effort, which is pretty serious. There's this Arizona Republican congressional candidate who's initiated the process of recall.
No, I had to change the stupid title because there was a typo, and you can't do that without doing this.
Calling Sheriff Nanos. His name is Daniel Gutierrez. And basically they have to get signatures. They have 120 days to gather 120,000 signatures, which is about 25% of the total votes that were cast for the sheriff in the 2024 election. And they say they're going to try to get that number, so 120,000 signatures in 60 days. And then if the recall is successful, Nanos will then have the option to either resign or call for a special election. I've also heard that there's talk with some of the county supervisors that they're going to talk to the sheriff. And, there kind of seems to be a push among some people that they want the sheriff to just sort of retire on his own. The sense that I get just from my interactions with the sheriff is that he probably would not be willing to do that. And whether he even should, I don't know. I mean, he's an elected sheriff. But there are obviously a growing number of people, it seems, in Tucson who are not happy with Sheriff Nanos. There's people who didn't like him before. I mean, he won by pretty tight margin. But it seems like there's a lot of people who are not happy with his handling specifically of the Nancy Guthrie investigation. And again, I'm going to get into that in this episode more, especially with Maureen. Is that fair? Is it fair to hold him responsible for the way the investigation has gone so far? We'll talk about that more in a couple of minutes. Sheriff Nanos did respond to this recall attempt, saying, "We are aware of the recall and it is the right of the people. We'll always honor the will of the people, and that's what makes democracy," which kind of reminded me of something when I interviewed him. He brought that up to me too. And you guys remember, I kind of had an awkward exchange with him because right when I went into his office to interview him, he pulled out his phone and, wasn't happy with some of my reporting and some of the reporting on News Nation about him. But he said to me, he's like, "Look, I'm elected. I won fair and square. So people cannot like me, but enough people liked me to elect me. So here I am." So it'll be interesting to see the way this whole recall effort unfolds. Again, I'm going to talk to retired FBI agent Maureen O'Connell about that now, and also just about some of the other developments in the case over the last couple of days, what I learned about Andy Guthrie's car, what I've learned that FBI agents are asking neighbors. And I haven't talked to Maureen in probably about a week, so I wanted to get her take on some of the latest developments. Hey, Maureen, thank you for
So did you catch all that? So that's the attempt to recall Sheriff Nanos. If it passes, it'll go to a vote. But what they're hoping for is that Sheriff Nanos simply resigns. From what we know about him, I doubt that's going to happen, but I doubt he'll just resign, but we'll see. And now we're going to see what Maureen thinks about it.
For joining me. I feel like I haven't seen you in, I guess it's been maybe a week or so. How are you?
I know.
Kelly, thank you so much for the super sticker here. Your support is greatly appreciated. Super stickers are a great way to support the channel, as are super chats. It's also a great way to get questions answered. And becoming a member gives you access to the members only live streams. So thank you very much, Kelly, for your support. I appreciate you.
Feels strange. I missed you.
Are you having a good day?
It's been about a week. Yeah, everything's good. Working hard. Got a lot of stuff going on.
You're always busy.
I know.
You don't sit still.
Nope.
I want to start off asking you, because this is sort of developing right now and doesn't really come as a surprise, but Sheriff Nanos, the Pima County Sheriff, there's now officially like an effort for a recall, which is, a whole legal process where you get a certain amount of signatures and you can try to basically push him out of office. And, when I was in Tucson, there's a lot of people who are very frustrated with him, as you can imagine. Some people didn't like him before. Some people now are just upset with the way that the case has been handled. What do you think? I mean, do you think now that we're almost 2 months out, it's a fair time to start to be critical in that way?
I really hate being critical of my fellow law enforcement officers, but I just think,
and that's the impression I've gotten from Maureen. She's always been a little bit hesitant to criticize the other law enforcement. So she's had their back, but we'll see what she says here. And I understand why she would be that way. Those are her fellow coworkers. Those are people that she probably has associations with. So she doesn't want to criticize them in front of hundreds or thousands of people.
you know, I just don't know what to think about this guy. And my understanding from reporting that Megyn Kelly did the other day, that he had something like a 95% disapproval rate before this case, which is pretty shocking. So, if those people feel it's time for him to go, it might just be time for him to go. It's unfortunate, but I don't know. Have you heard anything good about him?
Well, and what you brought up is true. I forget what they call it. It's like the union does this survey, and I interviewed the union president, and basically they survey all the deputies. A vote of no confidence.
Vote of no confidence for sure.
That's right. And it was like, I forget what the percentage was, but it was.
You remember union leader Sergeant Cross? We went over that. Brian Etten was talking to him, and he said everyone but one person didn't have confidence in Sheriff Nanos. And that's rare. That's rare for a law enforcement department. Now, granted, there's some politics involved. There is Republicans and Democrats involved here, but even so, that's a lot of people to not like him.
Vast majority of the deputies voted that they don't have confidence in the sheriff. And even when he was up for re-election, which I've never heard of this before, the deputies wore masks in the uniform and had like signs for the other candidate outside the sheriff's office, which is really a strange, you don't really see that happening normally.
No, I've never heard of that.
Yeah, the rank and file, from what I could tell, really does not seem to like Nanos. And I've tried to kind of like take the politics out of it, because he is a Democrat, and a lot of the sheriffs in Arizona are Republicans, and I don't know if politics comes into play here, but it doesn't seem like the vote of no confidence just is what it is. Yeah, so they're not confident in him.
No, and I read part of his discipline file, which was pretty shocking to me. I don't know that I've ever seen anything like that before either. So that was weird. Granted, it was a long, long time ago, but still, that was
the discipline file. Now, we went over that video the other night when the FBI was looking into the misuse of the RICO funds. We saw how Sheriff Nanos handled that. He did not like that one bit, and he was using all sorts of narcissistic tactics in that interview. But there's also more, it sounds like, too.
That a lot of those things that he has in his jacket would not be survivable at all in today's law enforcement environment, especially in California, Arizona, Nevada. Wouldn't happen. So maybe it's just time for him to rock and roll and forget about it, move forward.
He worked for, this was years ago, what you're talking about. He worked for El Paso police. And I want to say this was like 30 years ago, but you're right. A local reporter went back and had to like dig through paperwork and find his old file, which was still there in El Paso. And he had some serious, infractions. And it sounds like kind of a forced, not retirement, but he left the job. I think
pending. It said something like pending firing.
Yeah, like almost he wouldn't get fired, Yeah. And then there were these questions about his resume because the years were off from when he left. But the bottom, when you're a sheriff, you know how it is. It's like he's elected by the people now. So
they elected him. Yeah.
Yeah. It's not like a police chief where, they can just get fired. It's, right. He's an elected official.
Right. And they elected him. So the sheriff, whenever you're dealing with a sheriff versus a police department, there's just naturally going to be more politics involved, but not so much amongst the rank and file, because honestly, I worked with people for 15, 20 years. I didn't know what their politics were, and I didn't care. As long as we're all mission focused, getting the job done, then that's all, that's all you need.
Yeah. I also wonder now that they have this task force.
Well, think of it like this, though, too. The people and their temperament can often be different than law enforcement's temperament. Generally, law enforcement skews more Republican, but in this area, it's more of a Democrat area. Hence, the Democrat Sheriff Nanos wins. So is that all it is? Perhaps not all it is, but maybe they just trusted Chris Nanos because he'd been there. They liked how he spoke, etc. But the people around him, the people that really know him, they didn't like him one bit. So, again, to have the most effective law enforcement group, you want them working together as a team. You want them on the same page. And a dynamic like this, it just isn't conducive to that.
Which, when I left, seemed to be more of a well-oiled machine than in the beginning, where, it's the FBI, it's in the FBI building, and then they also have the Pima County detectives as part of it. Mm-hmm. I mean, even if they ousted the sheriff now, would that really have an impact on the investigation, do you think, at this point?
No. The continuity, no, it would not.
Yeah. So we'll see what happens. But
so basically, Maureen just said it's pretty much too late now. I mean, the damage has been done. What would changing Sheriff Nanos do at this point? Probably nothing at this point. They already have the detectives and the sergeant with the FBI working. They have that special task force. They're not under the oversight of Chris Nanos right now. So what would it even do? Not much for Nancy Guthrie, but it can change the dynamic for them moving forward in Pima County. That's for sure.
Because it's not like he's holding the whole thing together.
Yeah. When I got there, though, in the beginning, it was like, wow, this is like I don't want to say SHIT storm. Like, it was already drama with the sheriff. You could tell. Like, they had already had the vote of no confidence. And people were coming out of the woodwork immediately, like, you got to look into the sheriff. So I think this has been, before Nancy Guthrie, this was like a very volatile situation with the sheriff, I could tell.
And whenever you have the union reps involved, though, what I've seen historically is, sometimes the union really wants something, and the police chief or the sheriff isn't willing to go to bat for that, or that's not the hill they're going to die on.
Yeah.
Then they can drum everyone up to file a vote of no confidence on them. But, because I've seen that happen a couple of times, but this seems to precede that, and this seems to supersede that also. And it seems to go along with what we have witnessed ourselves.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I agree with you. Yeah, because when I've covered unions, the unions a lot of times never like the boss,
Right.
They never get the money they deserve. But this does seem different. I mean, they really don't like this man. You can tell. So I guess we'll see.
And yeah, it's one thing for the unions to not like the boss, but it's not just the unions in this case. It seems like it's almost everyone. That's a different case. And the fact that masked event where they all wore a mask to protest against Chris Nanos, that's wild too. You don't see that very often.
What happens with them getting the signatures. What do you think? So I was able to confirm, we knew the January 11th date was significant because they were asking neighbors for video from January 11th. Now I'm hearing from neighbors that they're also asking about the 24th, specifically for video, which would have been the Saturday before Nancy went missing. And both of those days, January 11th and the 24th, are both on weekends. Right. What stands out to you there?
Well, if I'm doing an op and I'm going to do it on a Saturday night, then I'm going to do dry runs on Saturday nights. I want to know what it's like. What lights are on? Is she generally home? Does she stay up late? Is she watching TV? And the more you think about this, about someone having to case this house, the less likely it seems that it would be a family member, because they would probably already know all this information, right? I mean, I don't know. So I would say they were casing the place and doing a dry run for a Saturday evening hit.
That was pretty interesting what Maureen just said there. She thinks less likely it was a family member. Let's repeat that again, because that's important.
If I'm doing an op and I'm going to do it on a Saturday night, then I'm going to do dry runs on Saturday nights. I want to know what it's like. What lights are on? Is she generally home? Does she stay up late? Is she watching TV? And the more you think about this, about someone having to case this house, the less likely it seems that it would be a family member, because they would probably already know all this information, right?
Now, that's only true if the person casing the house was actually involved with this, right? So if the Nest Cam footage was from multiple days, Maureen saying that makes it less likely that it was a family member. But does that account for the fact that it might have been a family member or someone close to the family who hired them, and the person who was hired wanted to do a dry run? Is that possible? I think that's possible. What do you think, chat?
I mean, I don't know. So I would say they were casing the place and doing a dry run for a Saturday evening hit. Yeah. I mean, by hit, I mean you're hitting the house, you're going there, you're doing this.
And I wonder if the person has a job during the week. Is that why they're doing this on the weekend?
They may not, but they may not have a job at all. Their job right now is to abduct her, or whatever they're planning on, whatever the plan was. And so if your plan is to abduct her at 1:00 in the morning on a Saturday, when you go there, it's going to be on Saturdays. Because for all they knew, if they're not a family member, then they're not going to know. She may have someone stay there with her Friday through Sundays. I know an old person that has someone come and stay every Friday through Monday morning. So those are the things you want to know. Is there a car in the driveway? Is there another car in the garage? Is someone else in the house? Are you going to have to fight two people instead of one? Or just have complete compliance? Or is there someone else there you need to worry about?
All right, guys, I want to introduce you to the sponsor of today's episode, Surfshark. Have you ever tried to watch a video, but it says that you can't watch? Megyn Kelly also reported, and I don't really have any sources within, I don't know Savannah Guthrie. I know Megyn used to.
And by the way, please remember to like the video. Likes are free. Likes are for Shadow the Night Out. Like the video if you would like to see Sheriff Nanos recalled. And then make sure you subscribe to the channel too. And I go live almost every night to talk about true crime and current events. And say hello to the flock of black sheep here in the live chat.
Work at NBC, I think she probably knows people, obviously, but she reported that Savannah Guthrie is furious over these allegations. People saying stuff about the family and about her sister and Tommaso. Where are your thoughts on that right now? I mean, I guess it would make sense why she would be upset.
Of course she's upset. I mean, because Annie and Tommaso have a child that's young. This whole thing has to be unbelievably traumatic. And everyone was blaming Tommaso and Annie to a certain extent. And you think the kids at school aren't hitting him with that every day? So that kid is suffering even more than he normally would with his grandmother being.
And that's a good point, too. Savannah Guthrie's children may be getting picked on in regards to the case. Oh, your uncle did this, or blah, 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 blah. I didn't think about that aspect, but that could be happening. It'd be pretty cruel, but kids can be cruel.
Abducted and Lord knows what else. So I can understand that, but I can also understand why people are asking all these questions. Because when it was it seemed like every other day for the first week, the police or FBI are over at their house or in their backyard, or they seize the car and the car's there for 40 days. I mean, those are all solid indicators of someone being involved in some way, shape, or form. So it's normal to ask those questions. But when the sheriff says that they're not suspects anymore, then, you know, we've got to pump the brakes and be patient. And it's not easy to be patient in a situation like this. Your mind just races. I mean, have you ever woken up in the middle of the night and thought, my God, where is poor Nancy? I know I have. You know, a lot of us have.
Yeah. It's funny when I got, not funny, but it's something about me getting back home. Like, you know, you're so in the zone when I was there in Tucson for like 42 days. Like a lot of those questions that like didn't really hit me until I got home, like just kind of laying in bed here back at home. Like, God.
That's interesting that Maureen said that. Oh, when the sheriff says people are cleared, you have to pump the brakes. I would have thought Maureen would say, well, actually, only a prosecutor or DA can clear people. Sheriff Nanos can't clear people. So it's interesting to me Maureen would be on board with that, or at least acting as if she's on board with that.
Gosh, feeling safe.
We don't really know where Nancy, you know what I mean? Like, right. I think I was just so go there. Like kind of those bigger questions didn't really set in for me until I got home. And I'm like, gosh, this really is crazy, you know?
Yeah. Well, distance does that, you know, that's why, you know, when they say it's good to get away, sometimes it is. And you really immersed yourself in there. You really immersed yourself there completely and did such a great job. And so many people appreciate that. But then you get home and you can have, you know, breathe a little bit and you're thinking, wow, where is Nancy? I mean, it is shocking to me that we don't have more information right now.
Yeah.
It is shocking.
With her car, with Annie and Tommaso's car, I did learn something new. I don't know if anybody, I haven't seen anyone else report this. I don't know if you knew this. So what I was told is one of the reasons that it was so delayed in returning it is because it wasn't like they ripped the car apart like with Ryan Koberger's car, like where they took the seats out and everything, but it was something with the electronics that they did, like some kind of download of the electronics that somehow messed things up. And the sheriff's office took the car to the dealership to get it all fixed, which apparently like was taking a lot of time.
That's interesting because my sister had all the electronics and everything are in that radio system in the front. She ordered a brand.
And I think they're talking about Annie's car right now, why it took so long to get it back.
Brand new vehicle, and she gets it home. The whole thing stops working. So they had to take that whole system out of the dashboard. When they did that, it was like this whole mesh network back there. They had to tear, I mean, it was irreparable. So they had to order a whole new thing, wait for it to get there, test it. They had issues again. This is my sister's car, not Annie's car. They had issues again and had to order some other parts before they were able to make it whole and knock on wood, you know. But that actually is the first thing that makes sense about what's taken them so long. But they could have just said that.
I know, because I asked my source, so was it like Koberger's car? Because I actually got pictures of Koberger's car where it was like the cushions were off and the gear shifter was off. They took the steering wheel off. And he's like, no, they didn't do anything like that. They didn't want to damage the car, but they messed up the electronics when they did.
In order to get it out, you have to, yeah. In some cars, not all cars. A well-designed car, it shouldn't be that way. It's kind of like a car where in order to do anything with the transmission, you have to take the whole transmission out. So it's going to cost you an extra $1,800. That kind of, that's not a well-designed car in my opinion, but what do I know?
Yeah. And just one last thing on Savannah that I've thought about is, you know, I didn't know her, but I've seen her before at big stories. Like, you know, when the Today Show will send out the anchor to be live on the scene, big crimes. I don't know if she was at Koberger, but, so, you know, she's been that, like, you know, I was standing outside the house, like she's been that person before, you know what I mean? Yes. And I feel terrible for her now on the other side of this. I mean, I can't even imagine. I feel so bad for her, but at the same time, it's like, she's also been the one asking these hard questions before when she's covered these stories. And she's also been the one standing outside the house. So even though I feel terrible for her, it is kind
I've
of
seen
like,
her be pretty tough on
yeah,
people that I felt were victims of things in the past. I'm not going to hold that against her.
right.
Obviously, this is a terrible thing, but yeah, it's to the point where she should almost, to a certain extent, understand.
Right.
The person I think about all the time for some reason is her brother, the fighter pilot, because he's like a stoic, just the way that he's handled this whole thing, just like the quiet warrior. And from the photos, he looks just like his dad, doesn't he?
Mm.
And for him to go into battle, to fight for innocent people, to be safe and all that kind of stuff, to have this happen, his mom makes it to 84, and now this is just indescribable.
Yeah. And you could tell when he made that one video, I mean, he's clearly not someone, I don't think he's comfortable in the public eye. He's like, seems like he has a military personality.
Yes, but he would do anything. He would do anything for his mom, and that's why he did it. He didn't want, like you said, he was not comfortable doing that. But I just, so many of us just wish there was something we could do to comfort any of them.
Yeah, I know.
But all we can do is keep the story alive, I guess.
And honestly, there is nothing anyone can do. I mean, what can people do? They can keep the story alive, send their well wishes, thoughts and prayers, etc., their condolences, but no one can make the pain they're feeling go away. All anyone can do is try to be supportive. And the thing about that is each individual person, what support is for that person can be a little bit different. Not everyone wants the same kind of support. So knowing who you're dealing with, but when it's a public figure, you don't really know them. So how do you support Savannah Guthrie? How do you support the rest of the family? It becomes difficult.
I hope that, I don't know. I wonder what it feels like for them now, like for Annie. It's like, do you want things to kind of quiet down?
Well, Annie and Tommaso probably do, just for their son, for their own sanity. Everyone knows where they live. Everyone can get pretty close to them. Yeah, for sure. They would want it to slow down, but they still want everyone to look for their mom.
Did you see that one video? There was one of the streamers, which is like the people, who are out there with streaming with their phone, was outside their house. This was a couple days ago, and Tommaso came out. Did you see that on like Twitter or anything?
No.
And
that's the guy, Mark. We went over that on this channel. Tommaso said, please leave.
He came out and was clearly, I forget what he said, but it was like he was agitated that they were outside the house again, his house, which I can understand. I mean, I never went back to there once they were cleared, and it was like, of course I went there remember when the police were inside and you could see the camera flash. I mean, I'm a reporter. I had to be there, and I kept going back every day. But once they were cleared, it was kind of like, what's the point of hanging out outside their house,
Yeah. So what did he do?
So he was agitated. I mean, he was in the video. He can't.
No, he just said, please leave. And then Mark said, okay, I'll leave. I saw some people were reposting that. Jen Koffendorfer reposted that. People in the comments were saying Tommaso has no right to tell him to please leave. That's public property. And it's like, well, Tommaso can say whatever he wants. It doesn't mean the other person has to comply. But unless Tommaso is inciting violence, you can tell someone, please leave. There's no harm in saying it. It's not against the law to say that. But it's more like a courteous gesture than that the other guy, Mark, said, okay, I'll leave. But a reminder, like the video if you didn't already. Likes are for my spirit animals, Shadow the Night Owl and Swift the Fox. Like if you want to see Sheriff Nanos recalled. Subscribe to the channel if you're not already. Super chats, great way to support the channel and get questions answered. Super stickers, great way to support the channel. And becoming a member gives you access to the members only live streams. Now, say hello to the flock of black sheep here in the comments. Tomorrow night, special guest Dr. Salerno will be popping on board here. So get your questions ready for that one.
Out the front door, and I don't remember exactly what he said, but it was like you kind of saw a different side of him, like he had had enough. You know what I mean?
Whatever.
Yeah, which I could kind of sympathize with. Something else I wanted to ask you about Maureen, and I brought this up in an episode yesterday, and a few people were like, "Oh, you weren't listening to Maureen. She said this like weeks ago on your show." Like, they were like, "You didn't hear Maureen say it before."
Yeah, you need to pay attention, Brian.
I know.
You only have 877 videos of people. You should know every word.
I always listen to you carefully, but it was actually one of the neighbors that brought this up again to me, was about the security door on.
Yeah, I did tell you that.
You did.
I told you it's so hard to breach those doors. It's impossible. And the other thing I wanted to say with regard to last night, because I always watch Steve Moore, because I don't know if your listeners know, but Steve and I are very good friends, worked together for a long time, love him. But just because your friend has the key on the inside, that's not normal. The inside should be a regular lock that you should be able to lock or unlock. It's actually a fire hazard to have only the key for egress. You should be able to unlock it just with your finger and go out, either with a little deadbolt or the thing in the center. It should have both. That would be my recommendation. So from the outside, you need a key. From the inside, you should be able to lock it like you would any lock, and also a little deadbolt above that.
Yeah, well, I looked at it more closely today, and it may have a regular lock on the inside, because I noticed today it's not just bars; it's like a mesh, like a metal mesh. So
yeah, it's that heavy metal mesh.
You wouldn't be able to reach around.
No,
you know what I mean.
We have those all over California. You find those in places where you need extra security, A, or B, which is what's happening in Nancy's house. If it's hot out, but you want to leave the door open all night, like in California over here, people have those doors are everywhere, even in relatively safe neighborhoods, because if you want the breeze coming through, a lot of people don't have air conditioning.
And that AI video, or AI impersonating video, they talked about that, but they called it a gate. And I was confused by them calling it a gate, because it looked much more like a door to me. A door with a storm door in front. That's a much different thing.
Conditioning and don't want it. They're going to have it in Arizona, obviously, but in California. So you can leave that door wide open. And I used to have one, and I would leave that door open at night, because I had two deadbolts and the doorknob locked. So I would just leave it open back then. I don't think I would now.
Well, it seems like it'd be pretty safe, right? I mean,
yeah, it's pretty safe. And it makes a lot of noise. When you're trying to break in that thing, you're making noise. And we know that from law enforcement. So when Steve was talking about the breaching tools that we have and how you breach, sometimes we would have to hook it up to a winch on a truck and rip the door off in order to get in. And, and it's extremely dangerous. It makes noise. And what does that do? That wakes up the occupants. And if they're armed and dangerous, which is one of the only reasons we're pulling a door off at 4 or 5 in the morning, now they're awake. And it's, you took a dangerous situation and made it even more dangerous. So you got to be very, very careful when you do that.
Do you think it was locked? Because I think that would be a big component to this. Yes,
I absolutely think it's locked. The only way I would say it would be open is if someone that was in the house, like, the guy that was, let's say some person was delivering groceries, and they purposefully unlocked it on their way out. Now that would just be the turn lock in the center of a doorknob, that wouldn't stop Nancy from flipping the deadbolt, which is what most of these doors have. And the reason I say that is because I know the neighbor said that hers is another way. They may have gotten that one on sale, because that one should not be in a residence. You should never have a door. It's against the fire codes and everything. You can't have a door you shouldn't have a door where you need a key to exit the structure, just in case there's any type of emergency. But with so I've looked at and taken breaching classes and hundreds and hundreds of these doors. The ones in the interior, you can open manually with your hand without a key. So that would be my guess.
If you think it was locked, that would go back to the neighbor's theory of the person at the camera that we saw with the mask probably wasn't trying to get in through the front door.
No, they were probably trying to cover the camera so that people couldn't see the condition Nancy was in when they took her out. That person went in the back door or some other place that was open. A lot of people, Nancy used to have that little dog. She could have left her slider unlocked just because it was in the habit of opening that slider to let the dog out in the middle of the night or something like that. But even that, I don't know many old ladies that leave their doors unlocked, especially, because Nancy's mom lost her husband around the same time my mom, she was a single mom to those 3 kids. That's what my mom was. So that mom is more like the mom and the dad. She has to take on these additional roles. So she would want her kids to be safe and their dad wasn't there and whatever. I don't know. Maybe I just have a hard time thinking that an 84-year-old lady by herself isn't going to lock doors. I just think as we get older, I'm far more security conscious now than I was 15 years ago. And I'm not nowhere near 84 years old.
I kind of go both ways on that because part of me is like, it's such a quiet neighborhood. The other neighbors said that people don't lock their doors. She's lived there since the 70s and like may just be so comfortable there. No one's ever bothered her before. But then at the same time, the fact that she had cameras, unless the kids put them up, but if she wanted cameras, that would make me think that she was like somewhat security conscious,
But I could easily see the kids putting the cameras up also because, Mom, I just want to be able to see, or if you fall in the driveway, how am I going to know, or anything like that.
Yeah. Like maybe
her dog used to get loose, so they put up some cameras so I can, one of them can look on their phone instead of running over there all the time.
Yeah. I heard, was that a bus that went by? I heard something.
Street sweepers.
Oh, the street sweepers. But yeah, so I don't know. I mean, because there's been some have reported that the sliding glass, I haven't been able to get this. Some have reported that the sliding glass door was left open, but we don't know.
Well, the sliding glass door is in play because if you watch that video carefully of the FBI walking the prosecutors through that crime scene, they're meticulously pointing out things that they think may have been disturbed. And that led them, those doors, I believe, led right into Nancy's bedroom. And so you saw them open the door and with glove, move the curtain over. There just were so many places to get DNA. Here's the other thing about the DNA in that house. This is why I'm so shocked they don't have good DNA. Because that guy had that bite light in his mouth. All right, you can turn it on and off while closing your jaw. But once you get in the house and you turn a light on or whatever, you're not going to keep that thing in your mouth the entire time. You can't call out commands. Right. You can't tell her what to do. You can't do it. You take it out and you put it in your pocket or something until you need it on the way out or whatever. Like maybe give the driver a 2 flash thing. But I still think that thing in his pocket is a walkie-talkie to get the driver to come around, or whatever. I think it was a walkie-talkie. But I cannot believe that just the motion of taking that bite light, putting it in your pocket, and then touching anything isn't going to leave saliva, which is a really good source, a solid source of DNA when you have just a bodily fluid.
Do you think that there's stuff from inside the house that they've done a really good job of keeping on the DL? I mean, with all the stuff that's leaked out, I kind of think that if there was some big smoking gun in the house, we probably would have heard about it by now. But do you think there could be something that the sheriff has been very careful? Because I will say, as many little tidbits as he lets out, from the beginning, every time me or anyone else has asked him about the inside of the house, he's very quick to say, we're not going to talk about what's inside the house.
I hope so. And I just cannot believe, I just really...
Why do you think Sheriff Nanos is being a little bit standoffish about what's in the house? Any suggestions out there, chat, or any guesses? I'm trying to think what it could even be. Like, do they think they messed it up somehow? or there's something important in there that they don't want people to know because they think it will interfere with the case. I mean, I don't know.
I have a hard time believing that we're not in a better place investigatively than what it seems from the outside. And I've been on the inside on a lot of these big cases, and the press rarely, if ever, gets it right. So I'm hanging my hat on that. And that's why I'm maintaining optimism, even when everyone's like, why are you being so optimistic? There's no hope, you know? I just can't go down that road yet, because I just know, I know the heart of the law enforcement officers working this thing. I know how hard they're doing it. I know how well trained they are. And, you know, I would think that I'd be able to get DNA. And I would certainly, I think, be able to get it off that rug. You'd get something off that rug. If nothing else, you'd be getting the contents of the bottom of his boots. Those rugs are designed to pull debris off your shoes before you enter the house. And that debris could be anything from the hairs and fibers in his car, hairs, human hairs, dog hairs, whatever. You know, there's a lot of information that you can find in shoe impressions and the debris from the bottom of a shoe or a boot. In this case, the shoes of that guy. I don't know. But with that bite light, there's no way he had that bite light in his mouth for 41 minutes. He could have taken it off and set it down somewhere, but he probably put it in his pocket. But once he touched it, his whole hand is covered in saliva.
Right.
You can't walk around, and I told you this before, even with a little flashlight, like this kind. Sometimes in a crime scene, when I would need both hands, I would have a little flashlight in my mouth. Nothing makes your mouth water more. Try it. It's not pleasant.
Something in your mouth like that. Yeah.
Yeah, you have something in your mouth like that, your mouth starts watering.
Yeah. Well, listen, when the FBI went back that second time, remember, they closed everything down and their team went in to get it. You know, hopefully maybe that time they got more, but.
Well, I'm hoping, but we didn't see any alternate light source in there. We didn't see any blue light or black light or anything. Because I was asking.
They moved us down. Remember, they moved us way away during that. They wouldn't let us stay in front
good.
of the house anymore.
That's actually good.
Yeah.
They could have tape lifted the whole surface of that rug, but it didn't really look like it the next time someone went up there. But who knows? I hope they did. If they tape lifted that entire rug, that would have been great. And if they swabbed,
and that's what they should have done with the rug, but why didn't they? There seems to be no excuse for why they didn't.
Good chunk of it, that too would have been great. Even if they broke it up into little like checkerboard squares and using distilled water and gauze, did it, put it in a bag, did it in that lower one, put it in a bag, and just, you know, on their hands and knees. That's what I would have done. I would have taken the rug, no question about it.
Yeah,
but also that doorknob.
Been confused why the rug is still there.
I'm very confused why the rug is still there. A lot of people say they would have taken the door.
The rug in front of the front door, right? The outdoor
yes,
one. Yeah.
The mat in front of the door.
Yeah.
And I would have definitely taken that because it's easier to do it in the lab. You can use all these different light sources. You have everything there you need. It becomes a very calm process. And then you have 2 or 3 other people in there if you need, and you can say, guys, this is the plan. This is what I'm looking at doing. I'm going to do this first and then that or whatever. And yeah. The other thing is, I hope they did the doorknob. I'm sure they swabbed that doorknob because, again, with that bite light in his mouth, he may not have even realized it. If you look at his at the balaclava that he had on, in that one image where he's looking up at the light and you can see his eyes so well, the face mask is a little bit askew, and I think that's from him. You know, like if your nose itches under, like when you go skiing and you have that thing on your face. It's just natural to just do something like this. So if they did that and then touch the doorknob, which it looked like they touched the doorknob at one point, and or they touched the mount for the camera, the Nest camera, there should be DNA on that too. So perhaps they swabbed that entire thing. Okay, good. Then why aren't, we should be further along then. But, if they are doing, I keep looking at the Corey Richens case and I'm like, it took them a year to arrest her.
Yeah.
So if they're doing forensic genetic genealogy, it's going to take a while.
You were into the Corey Richens case, by the way.
That case was bananas, dude.
Yeah. I was totally like, I was so zeroed in on Nancy Guthrie.
Oh, you couldn't carve out any time for Corey Richens? Just kidding.
No, I was just, yeah, but you kept telling me like, oh, Corey Richens. Is there anything else, Maureen, that you think is important right now that's on your mind?
No, I just don't want this case to be about Sheriff Nanos. I want the case to be about Nancy Guthrie.
Yeah.
And so I don't really like the distraction. I just wish he would have gone through a PIO the whole time and just, kept his pie hole shut and just became, was like an administrator.
Yeah.
Give support to the family if you need to.
I agree with you. And I tried to be, it's like as a reporter, you don't want to get sort of, people will try to hijack the narrative because like I said, when we got there, it was obvious that a lot of people didn't like Sheriff Nanos before we got there. He lost, he won by like 400 votes. So I was trying to sort of decipher, okay, or some people they just hate him anyway. And no matter what, they're going to say he's terrible, So
I don't hate him. I've got no hate.
I think that he has good intentions with this case. I think he wants to solve it, obviously. And you feel, I just think, there was definitely, like you said, the PR part of it. And then it seems like he clearly did have an issue with the FBI, so I don't think they got off to a good start.
No. And that goes back to, I think that his election in 2016, and there's all kinds of stuff online about that.
Yeah.
But that's a story for another day. Even if you do have a problem with the FBI, if they're there to help and they're well equipped and they're going to do a good job, and it's not like the people in charge of the FBI are the same people that were in charge in 2016. That's like a revolving door at the very top of these FBI offices. Those people tend to not stay there for really long periods of time like that. That was a long time ago. It can't be the same bosses is my point. So you wouldn't have the same people. It's not like you're going to have to interact with the person that you went toe to toe with in 2016. So you just gotta, for the good of the case, you just gotta forget about it. I mean, there's all kinds of instances where the FBI's, come to blows with some entity or another, but then we have to work together on a big event, and we just do it. You do it because it had nothing to do with me. It's got nothing to do with you. Let's just get the job done and forget all that bullshit. Yeah.
But at the end of the day, like as a reporter, if you don't get the scoop, if you miss the story, nothing else really matters. I mean, everybody's going to think you did a lousy job. Even if there's all these circumstances behind the scenes, it kind of feels the same with law enforcement. Like if they don't solve the case, it's like everybody's just going to think the sheriff did it is terrible,
Well, and that's a fair point by Brian. I mean, if it's not solved, a lot of people are not going to look favorably at Sheriff Nanos. I think in this case, there's just things to point to, like his contradictions of other people, such as Brian and Ashley Banfield opening the crime scene too soon. What happened in the past? There's smoke here. There just is.
There were times when we were working a case that people thought we weren't in a position to.
And of course, what his coworkers had to say about him. How are people not going to look unfavorably at Sheriff Nanos when the people closest to him don't have good things to say about him? Almost unanimously, by the way. But also, please remember to like the video. Likes are free. Like the video if you want to see Sheriff Nanos recalled. Subscribe to the video, subscribe to the channel if you haven't already. And say hello to the flock of black sheep here.
Solve it. And we were all smiling because we knew we were going to solve it. We had a couple of good. So that's why I'm optimistic. And I think they're going to solve the case. But unfortunately, everything's telling me it's too late for Nancy. Mm-hmm. And I'm not even at all convinced that we'll ever find her, to be honest. And I hate to say that.
Yeah, it's a vast desert out there.
Yeah.
When you're out there, you're like, oh my gosh, there's a lot of places to hide somebody. As always, I really appreciate Maureen for taking the time to talk with me. She's just awesome resource with all of her experience in the FBI. And I'm also happy that she's my friend. I also appreciate all of you guys for following along. Can't believe it's day 46 now. Again, I want to keep covering this. I don't want to just move on. I think that there are still things happening behind the scenes with Nancy's case. There are other stories that I'm starting to work on too, which I'll have soon. I saw some of your comments like, everybody just get over it, move on from Nancy. It's like, that's just not really the way my brain works. So I'll stay on it. I'll also start digging into some other things. You guys can always send me tips about cases you want me to cover. I read all my messages on X or on Instagram, or you can email me on my News Nation email. And so appreciate you guys as always. Appreciate you guys for subscribing to the channel and supporting the work I'm doing.
So make sure you check out Brian Etten's channel. If you're not already, support his work. But for us, what do you want to watch next? Ashley Banfield or Megyn Kelly? So press 1 for Ashley Banfield and press 2 for Megyn Kelly. Those are the choices. Let's see what you come up with here. Make a wish, George. It is 1111. Ashley Banfield, Ashley Banfield. Kat, when the levee breaks, we're going to watch Megyn Kelly. Oh, my goodness. Ashley Banfield's going to run away with it unanimously. Nope, improve yourself, did a Megyn Kelly. But is it enough? Now, Ted did too. But all right. The people have spoken. Randizzle, that means he wants to watch Law and Crime Network. Is that what that means? Law and Crime Network's not really talking about Nancy Guthrie anymore. It's one of the reasons we haven't seen them recently.
Looking, how do you?
Hey everyone, I'm Ashley Banfield and this is Drop Dead Serious. Welcome to the program. It's great to have you here. If you're just joining us for the first time, thank you. And also,
and by the way, yes, make sure you support Ashley Banfield's work. She's a friend of the channel here, very supportive of what we do, and I appreciate that. And I'm a big advocate of the best way to show your gratitude is to demonstrate it with actions. So support her work, subscribe, like her content. Like my videos too, of course, and subscribe to mine too. And you can become a member to gain access to the members only live streams. And super stickers and super chats are a great way to support the channel and get questions answered.
subscribe. It's really easy and it's free. And, there's great benefits. If you're a member, thank you so much for your membership. I love having you. And I just did a members video for you. So go check it out. I was on the ski hill and I stopped in the silence and I did a members video. So it's there. So it is day 45 in the Nancy Guthrie investigation. And it's hard to believe that we're counting this high at this point, especially with some news that just came out. That's very distressing. Megyn Kelly's sources told her that they have no suspects, nothing to go on. A few weeks ago, I also had a source who said they don't have enough of a lead or a suspect to get a warrant. So in the last few weeks, I would have thought that might change. But if Megyn's sources are accurate, then it apparently hasn't, that they are truly stymied, it would seem, which is very upsetting. One other thing to report about some dates of significance. We had heard a fair bit about January 11th being a key date, that neighbors had been asked about January 11th. And then the police said they wanted a bigger window of video from January 1st to January 30th, right? Well, it turns out we may know why January 11th now was so significant. Michael Ruiz from Fox Digital says that two of his law enforcement sources say that January 11th is significant and maybe why neighbors were asked to check their doorbell cams, because the picture of the perpetrator on Nancy's doorbell cam, where he is seen without the gun and without the backpack, that picture we've all been told was from a different night, except that the sheriff said, well, where are you getting that? Except every media outlet had their sources saying that. Michael Ruiz says two of his law enforcement sources say That picture was from January 11th. And that's why that date has taken on.
All right. So this is what Brian Etten was saying for a while. The other Nest Cam night, January 11th. But as we heard the other day, January 24th, another day. What was going on January 24th? We still don't know the answer to that question. Maybe that's one of the days from one of the other Nest Cams. They had the thumbnail images and they said it wasn't from the night of the abduction. Maybe that day was January 24th. What do you think, chat?
Such significance. Also, that's a Sunday, by the way. So could be, early Sunday morning, right? Could be after midnight, Saturday night. And then also Saturday, January 24th has now become a date of significance. Brian Enton says that neighbors of Nancy Guthrie that he has spoken with have reported that police have been asking them for any information that they might have of anything unique or different in the neighborhood around January 24th. Again, that's a Saturday, and it's a week before Nancy Guthrie disappeared. So those two dates are now sort of coming into a little bit more focus. We're also learning, Megan heard this from her source. I also heard it from my law enforcement source, actually a couple weeks ago, that the sheriff's department used polygraph tests to help clear the Guthrie family. And my source went further than Megan's source and said, and also used their volunteered devices, meaning here's my phone, you can take it and you can look at it, which in law enforcement is weird, only because it's standard operating procedure. You have to check a family when some vulnerable person is gone or missing. Just like Ed Smart, he was thoroughly investigated in the disappearance of Elizabeth Smart. Devastating as it is, it's just what cops have to do because the stats typically say the majority are abducted or harmed by someone close to them. So in this particular case, to use polygraphs and volunteered devices is an odd way to clear somebody. Maybe there's more to it, but that's what my source told me. My source also said there were several people in the department who were upset by that. But they are now cleared. And on top of that, something we've been waiting for 44 days, 43 days, because today's day 45, is that they have finally returned Annie's car to her. Can't tell you why they kept it that long. We're going to get to it in a moment because one of the people who knows this business inside and out is Brian Enton's producer, Allison Weiner. She's so good at this job. She was down there in Tucson for days and days and days and days, cultivating sources, getting all sorts of amazing tips and lots of really good interviews that you saw Brian actually doing. Allison Weiner's also written a really, really cool book because she has been there and back. She's a lawyer. She's been a journalist forever and ever, and she's covered some of the biggest cases. And the book is about 4 of the most high-profile cases. It's actually called Murder and the Media: Behind the Scenes of 4 High-Profile Murders. So Allison's going to join me in a moment to tell me what was going on behind the scenes with Brian Enton and her as they were trying to dig on this story and deal with this law enforcement and what they were doing and what they weren't doing and all the back and forth and, retracting this and changing that. Allison was in the middle of it all. And why I called Allison was because there are so many open-ended mysteries and questions that have been left unanswered in this case, like big, big mysteries, questions that defy logic. And I am actually running down all of them with Allison, and she's got really good insight because, like I say, she and I, it's not our first rodeo. We've been to a few of these, right? And so we've seen how some veer away from standard operating procedure in most crimes and how others stay right on track, and how those that seem to veer off come right back. So you're going to hear a lot of the strategies and how you tackle some of these unanswered questions. And then she'll tell you whether she thinks it's going to be solved and whether we'll ever find Nancy Guthrie. But, let's face it, I do cover some of the darkest stuff out there, but I do have to tell you that some of the scariest stuff is actually happening right where you are now, behind your screen. Your name, your phone number, your home address, it's all floating out there online, and not because you gave it away, because somebody out there sold it. Data brokers, they are tracking you, and they know what you buy and what you search and what meds you take and even where.
Is Courtney Clenny case the OnlyFans girl case? So
Allison, the first biggest question I have so far is why they released the crime scene so early.
Big mistake. I mean, I think that even the sheriff said something about maybe he had acted precipitously, which was probably not the word he used, but he had acted, the crime scene was released before the FBI had a chance to do the DNA. I mean, from what I understand, I mean, there was, he.
That's a pretty big blunder. I mean, there's no reason just to not keep it closed until the FBI can do a once over. I just kind of think that was the ego thing for Nanos there. He didn't want the FBI to find something that his people couldn't. So he basically didn't give them a chance to. And said, oh, we're going to open up before you get here. We have it taken care of. And it sounds ridiculous, but you have to understand, narcissistic people are extremely ridiculous and they are extremely childish. It doesn't make sense to people who don't understand them. But if you do understand them, none of this will surprise you. None of that would surprise you to think, oh, yes, Sheriff Nanos didn't want the FBI to find something that his group couldn't. I bet you that's what it was.
Did his thing. I kind of think that the sheriff thought that this would be over in 24 hours. I think he thought it was like an abduction nearby, that we didn't need to scrape the walls for DNA, or we do all the things that the FBI might do, or even that his own techs might do. Because it seems to me for just that amount of time, they couldn't possibly have gotten everything that they needed to get. And then the crime scene tape goes up again when the FBI arrives and they start doing all kinds of other things. And I don't know if the sheriff was aware of the advances in technology and what can be done or what can't be done. Because even when you hear him talk about, DNA and splitting DNA, he doesn't sound like the people that do it.
Yeah, and it's a big question for me because I just wonder, what was it that they saw and did that made them feel so confident that we got everything we need here? Because my source said blood drops inside match the blood drops outside, back door wide open, cameras plural smashed. And so I just feel like that doesn't sound like something you think you're going to solve real fast.
It's strange, too, because he actually said in his first press conference that he thought it was a kidnapping, which I have never heard law enforcement say. She was taken by force, all those kinds of things. You don't usually hear law enforcement give you the theory of the crime in the first 24 hours. I mean, they don't know who did it. They don't know what the point is. Yes, she was bleeding. My feeling always was that somebody got in there, something bad happened inside, that they roughed her up. And then they took her.
And whether they took her alive or dead.
I mean, that's pretty clear considering there's blood in the front step, right? And it's Nancy's blood. So there's some roughing up going on there. The question is whether she was alive leaving the house. That's really the question in this case. And so far, it is still a stone cold whodunit. They don't know. I don't even think they have any proper leads, honestly. Like, they don't have any suspects they're looking at right now that we know of. No arrests. It's a stone cold whodunit to them. Unless there's a lot of things they're just not telling us. Which likely is the case as well, by the way. But even though that is likely the case, they still haven't arrested somebody. They still haven't found Nancy. So despite what they know that they haven't told us, they still haven't gotten anywhere.
That is a whole other question, which is a big unanswered question. Why do you think they stopped the search? Also, on day 2 in his news conference on February 2nd, he said, we're drawing back. We've had a busy night, we've thrown everything at this. We've had a busy night, but we're scaling that all back. And this is now more of a crime scene. I thought, okay, we can walk and chew gum at the same time. Why do you think they stopped the search?
Well, I don't know. I can't get inside the sheriff's head. But I do believe that it's a very difficult area to search, and they probably needed to have like special dogs. I actually was talking to somebody who works with, searching with dogs and, trying to find people. And in that particular area, there's so many cacti, there's so many things that can stab you. I mean, I would sit down and go, ow, like wherever you were. I mean, it's a very dry, and not like Palm Springs or other deserts that people, or
And again, please remember to like the video. Likes are for my spirit animal, Shadow the Night Owl and Swift the Fox. Likes also help Sheriff Nanos get recalled and replaced with someone more competent that the rest of the law enforcement will like. Subscribe to the channel if you're not already. And what was the other thing I was going to say? I don't remember. It'll come to me in a second.
I don't know, the Sahara, like that's all smooth and everything.
Right.
It's just filled.
Very rough.
So yeah, so apparently you have to pick the dogs up to get them over certain patches, or they get thorns in like their paws. I had a whole conversation with someone about it. Maybe he didn't have the proper supplies, or we could go with the obvious answer, which is,
Oh, that's what it was. Why wouldn't Sheriff Nanos let the Cajun Navy come search? Why not do a grid search? I mean, even if it comes up with no results, try, make sure that 5x5 square mile radius maybe around the house is at least covered. I mean, I also think it's very likely that Nancy is outside of that 5x5 radius, which also makes it more difficult. I mean, they had 8 or 9 hours of runway before they even figured it out. If you go by 2:28 being the time that they left, they had till noon. That is a long time. That's 9.5 hours. How far can you get in 9.5 hours? Hundreds of miles? Almost 1,000? I mean, it's a lot. Now, hundreds probably, like 500 miles.
is bad move. I don't understand it.
I mean, I've never heard, well, the terrain's too hard, so we're shutting her down. I mean, they searched the Andes for a sports team. I mean, talk about harsh terrain. Well, yeah, I'm with you on that one being just an unanswered question. I don't know if we'll ever really understand why. Why also do you suppose that we were told again on day 2, February 2nd, the news conference that Sheriff Nanos held, there's no cause for concern. There's nothing to worry about out there. There's no danger to the community.
I mean, I just keep going back to what the sheriff said. He would say things and then he would walk them back. He would say that, it's, we've done all of this, and then he would walk it back. The kidnapping thing we never heard about after he first said the kidnapping thing. Like, I mean, after he decided what the cause of the crime was, we didn't hear about it again. So I think that he was out of his depth in terms of how to deal.
He used kidnapping with me. I did an interview with him on that Monday, February 2nd. He said it's a kidnapping. Yeah. But I just think, he said.
I mean, have you seen that?
So, true story. I drive from New Jersey to Bluffton, South Carolina. It's 715 miles and it takes 10 hours. So 715 miles in 10 hours. You keep on going, you could definitely hit 1,000 in less than a day for sure.
Have you seen like a law enforcement person come out unless they have received a ransom letter? We have received a ransom letter. It is,
or seen it on video.
Yeah.
Seen an abduction on video.
Right. But why are you saying it's a kidnapping? Because she was taken by force, or maybe somebody took her by force to kill her. I mean, God forbid, but I mean, it's just, there's other reasons.
Yeah, it sounds to me like he thought she was taken alive, because that is a kidnapping, as opposed to she's been killed and the body's been removed, which how would he know? And so that's why when he says things like, I've known since day 1, he said, we believe we know why he was here. This is just last week. We believe we know why he was here and have known since day 1. What?
I know.
What? Because on day 2, you said there's no cause for concern. There's no threat to the public. Again, those are my words, but paraphrasing. So,
well, he said
this
it
is just
again recently.
Yeah, I mean, he's saying there's a boogeyman now and says he's known since day 1 that there's a threat to the community. He's known. We believe we know why he was here. And
so people in the chat are saying there's some tension between these two. What do you think that's all about, if there is?
They've known since day one. Well, on day 2, you said there's no cause for concern. So which one is it? That there's a boogeyman out there and you've known since day 1? Because on day 2, you said there was no threat.
I have to say, I mean, I think when you look at the sheriff, again, I'm going to have to say he was out of his depth. He was busy being territorial. He wasn't giving things to the FBI. They have superior resources to local law enforcement. They have a different budget than local law enforcement. He's sneaking gloves to his old lab that's going to take a year when Quantico could do it in a much faster way, or there's some private lab that they could pay. I mean, my feeling is that when there is a DNA situation, we usually get a pretty fast answer. I mean, when it's
Yeah,
if they want to tell us.
That Florida lab is no joke. They are great. They have solved cold cases and they've done remarkable work. I'm not so wound up about that lab being used. I am wound up about a sheriff who calls off a search, says there's no concern for the community, wraps up a crime scene in 24 to 36 hours, but at the same time is towing under a warrant the daughter's car and then searching the daughter's house and asking the daughter's neighbors for their video and collecting. And my source said the sheriff and his folks were zeroed in on the family members, on Annie and Tommaso. And I feel as though the reason he was saying there's no threat to the community on day 1 is because that's what he believed. And my source is airtight. What they were doing and what they were looking at was 100% Tommaso. Have they changed their minds and not told us they've changed their minds because now they believe there's a boogeyman? This is what is so disingenuous about this sheriff. He shat all over everybody who dared to suggest that the reporting that we got out of the department was wrong.
Now, that's the curious thing too, right? I do wonder who Ashley Banfield's source is, right? Like, who is it? Who would be the source that she knows in that department? Is it someone just generally in law enforcement or something specifically to that department? I guess she just said someone specific to that department, right? Maybe she has connections all across America for cases just like this, right? Oh, just in case something happens, let me build a little bit of a connection here with one of these people so they can give me a little bit of a scoop. And that sounds like what happened here in this case. But then, like she said, Sheriff Nanos went out of his way to contradict her. Why? It's obnoxious. It's obnoxious. And he did it to Brian Netton too. He did it to Brian Netton when he said, oh, there's no evidence to suggest that the Nest Cam footage was from multiple days. And now they're saying, well, actually, it was. January 11th was the other day of the Nest Cam footage. Ashley said this earlier in this episode.
It turns out by their own actions, it looks like that's what they thought, and they may have screwed it up and lost valuable time.
Well, my feeling about that is I don't name a suspect before the police have named a suspect when I'm doing reporting because
Oh, look at that. Did you hear that? That's kind of a... I mean, would you consider that antagonistic, what she just did there? Or would you consider that just being contradicting? Like, oh, I know, Ashley, you reported that Tommaso may be a prime suspect, but I wouldn't do that. I don't know. I don't know about that. What do you think about that, chat? Antagonistic, hostile, or no, just sharing what she would do differently? So press 1 for antagonistic, hostile. Press 2 for now. She's just sharing what she would do differently.
Do know that when somebody goes missing, the family are the first people they look at. Family, friends, everybody. So I wasn't surprised that they were looking at her car or that they were the last people to drive her home. You know, all of those kinds
It's weird.
things.
In my business, it's weird. The victims, like even Ed Smart's car wasn't towed. His house wasn't photographed in terms of like in the depth of the night for 3 hours.
Yeah.
Like weird stuff happened. And I think we can all look back on it now. And this is why I do this reporting, because law enforcement does lie to us. And I am a huge fan of law enforcement. And I know they have a hard job to do, but my boss is truth. And when we see stuff like this, I want to be able to hold them accountable, because in Moscow, Idaho, they lied to us. And Brian Koberger walked among us for 6 weeks, and I would have pulled my kids out of there and brought them home had I known there was that threat to the community. So the fact that he's saying there's nothing to worry about here, why? How would you possibly say that? Because as it turned out, he was wrong. He was wrong. He was focusing, according to my source, on entirely the wrong direction. And now that guy is out there, and we've lost valuable evidence to catch him.
Well, I have to agree with you with that. I think he's myopic. I mean, he was myopic about what he was doing. I think he was chasing a bit of glory there, like the press conferences with the quiet voice, because I had sources that say he doesn't have a quiet voice.
I've heard the same, that he's very vindictive and nasty to a lot of people in the department. And Brian Enton's done great work with you down there. You found those people who said, yeah, I had my difficulties with this guy. He's mean.
Yeah, even the deputy sheriff who had served for 30 years more probably, Rick Castigar said that he just agreed to be his deputy to help him show him the ropes when he took over as sheriff, but his behavior again was not professional, and he quit. And this guy is like a real sheriff. I mean, he's close to the vest. He knows how to formulate an answer so that he doesn't give too much away. I think it's really important. And it's
wait a minute. Did she just say Sheriff Nanos is a real sheriff, or is she talking about someone else?
Was not professional, and he quit. And this guy is like a real sheriff. I mean, he's close to the vest. He knows.
This guy's a real sheriff. Sheriff Nanos? Is that who you're referring to? Be specific.
How to formulate an answer so that it doesn't give too much away. I think it's really important, and it's frustrating to us as reporters, but it is very important in the beginning of an investigation not to tell too much. Let it just play out. Don't tell us like what you're doing.
That's why you have a PIO.
I think he was chasing a bit of glory there, like the press conferences with the quiet voice, because I had sources that say he doesn't have a quiet voice.
I've heard the same, that he's very vindictive and nasty to a lot of people in the department. And Brian Enton's done great work with you down there. You found those people who said, yeah, I had my difficulties with this guy. He's mean.
Yeah, even the deputy sheriff who had served for 30 years more probably, Rick Castigar said that he just agreed to be his deputy to help him show him the ropes when he took over as sheriff, but his behavior again was not professional, and he quit. And this guy is like a real sheriff.
So she said their under sheriff quit, but she didn't even specify that's who she's talking about. Now I'm talking about under sheriff is the legit sheriff. It's still confusing.
I mean, he's close to the vest. He knows how to formulate an answer so that he doesn't give too much away. I think it's really important, and it's frustrating to us as reporters, but it is very important in the beginning of an investigation not to tell too much. Let it just play out. Don't tell us like what you're doing.
It's why you have a PIO. It's why you send the PIO out to the microphone, because the PIO is only given what you give the PIO to tell, and everything else the PIO has to say, I'm sorry, I don't have an answer to that, or I can't answer that. Or, oh, my answer for that one is part of the investigation. I can't answer that. It's pretty simple. It's crime 101. And listen, I've been doing it 38 years. So I've been to this rodeo a lot, and I could tell right away something was up with this guy.
Bottom line, she could have been way more clear with how she said that. Bottom line.
There was just something disingenuous about what he was saying, and then what I was hearing from inside the department.
Well, I will tell you my own personal experience. We had an interview set up with him after the first press conference or second press conference. I sort of blending together a little bit. And the PIO, who's super nice, said, oh, he can't see you now. It was very haphazard. Went back on his word. We waited a half hour, 45 minutes when we could have been out investigating. He just didn't treat people the way you'd want to be treated.
Allison, how about just putting out statements saying we will not be doing interviews or having press conferences, and suddenly there's an interview with NBC. What do you mean? Suddenly there's another interview with a local. Like, wait, just stick with whatever it is you're saying and be consistent, because now there's very little faith. Let me go to this next one. The inside of the home again. one of the biggest questions I have is, where is the crime scene inside the home? My source said there's blood droplets inside the home that match the pattern outside. Straight up and down blood droplets, no sign of a struggle. But where? What did they find and where?
Well, the only thing I went by was that Savannah Guthrie said that they pulled her out of her bed in the middle of the night. So that's the best I could think of, that it's somewhere around in that bedroom. Because, I mean, and again, I'm guessing. I mean, I don't have the proof of that. I just know what she stated, and it was very specific.
Taken from her bed in the dark of night was what Savannah's exact words were.
And she's a broadcaster. We don't say things by accident.
She's not going to mess with it. Yeah. Words are important. We know every single word. And in a case like this, that's under the microscope, Savannah, of everybody, would know every single word was being, people were hanging on every word.
That's what that was my takeaway from that. In terms of, I do have to say one more thing about the sheriff. The thing that I found the most despicable or difficult with the sheriff, I shouldn't say despicable, and I know he was under a lot of pressure, but when somebody goes missing or they are abducted, the best friend you have is the media. We will get out the pictures. We will get out the word. We will have everybody looking, anybody see anything in that neighborhood. And if you say the search is over, then we report the search is over. So nobody's searching anymore. I mean, so many times, I have to say, I always feel kind of proud about it, that we can help. This is a good thing. Like when Riley Strain went missing and he ended up in the river, like that we spent weeks trying to see if we could get assistance and kept it in the news every night. You know,
Gabby Petito was found by streamers. Media.
You know, I mean, it's a everybody has a phone. Everybody can go out looking. How do you turn down the Cajun Navy too? What's that about? I mean, obviously they don't care if their dogs get stuff in their paws. I mean, or horses.
Well, they've got the protection. They've figured it out.
View list is banned. I banned the wrong person before because the chat moves in like too quickly sometimes. And I hate it that you do it and it doesn't let you not like undo it right away. It pisses me off.
Oh, these are all professional folks who do this for a living, and it's not like they haven't seen the Arizona desert before. People know what the Arizona desert was. What do you think?
And she's right. Why not let the Cajun Navy go out there and do things? There's no reason why not.
The source of this is the other big question. The source of the unknown male DNA and where it may have come from that made them think it's important.
I think that in the struggle that there was some, you know, even putting her in a bag, you know, getting her to drag her out. Our FBI experts said actually with the droplets that's somebody just bleeding down who's being carried, because they're all like, or they might have sneezed. There's a little tiny part where they might have sneezed, but it was like her head came, you know, probably. I think with the droplets, and I think that she was passed out. I think they did something to her, maybe knocked her out. I mean, that's what I kind of thought. And she's still bleeding, like hit her across the face or something. And then carried her out of there. Maybe out the back door. I mean, you know, well, they went out the front door because the blood drops there. I'm sorry. Yeah. That was my mistake. I think that, I think she was carried, and that's what the FBI guys think. When they looked at
too, because the pattern, you know, you're not walking someone who's dripping blood because you're not walking through the blood, as it's been reported to me from my sources. It's not stepped in and walked through, and doesn't appear to be stepped in the front door either, where we got the pictures.
No, and there's no what one of our sources said is, like, and you've had her on before, Maureen O'Connell said, there would be an interruption in the blood drops if somebody's walking and they're all like just totally on. So no, I don't know if she was dead when they left her because she, you know, still bleeding. I mean, I'm not a doctor, but I kind of think they knocked her out and then they took her. And I kind of think they took her because they had their DNA all over.
I mean, I look at the whole notion that we went through weeks of, you know, this whole ransom bullshit. And there's Nanos saying, and I've known since day one. What? Wait a minute. We believe we know why he was here and have known since day one. Then why did you waste all our time with ransom bullshit? Like, again, this mystery of like, how could you say you knew since day one when you were behaving totally different day one than you are now? It's mystifying.
It's not even mystifying. It seems disingenuous.
Yes, that it's mystifying that someone behave that way. I think that's what it is. And like you said, Allison, the media is your friend. They'll do anything to get this word out. I mean, we scratch each other's backs in that way, right? It's our product to talk about this missing woman. It's your product to try to get the word out, to get more tips and get those eyeballs. Someone will know and someone will solve it. And it usually is just that small linchpin, and the media helps you find that linchpin. And so with the Cajun Navy. Yeah. So to me, it's mystifying why there's just been such a rebuffing of everybody that works in the business of, true crime. Their standard operating procedure. He just seemed to fly in the face of it. The other question I have is, and this never made sense. The sheriff said early on that Annie and Tommaso dropped Nancy off. Then he said Annie dropped Nancy off. And then he said Tommaso dropped Nancy off. And he told the New York Times Tommaso dropped Nancy off. But then in the news conference 5 days later on Thursday, he said, let's just go with family. Like, what was the point of obfuscating so blatantly? Why would that be? What can you see would be an advantage?
I would see that he wasn't finding any evidence against them. I would say they seized the car. Yeah, they're looking into everything that they could find about them. And I think they're not finding anything. So he starts to walk it back like everything else he did. Like every time he said something, he would walk it back. I mean, and I got to tell you, think about it. If your kid stood up and said, I've known from day one and they've been lying to you. I mean, I know.
Proverbially.
You knew from day one and you didn't tell me. Yeah, I mean, I think that he began to see the writing on the wall that it wasn't them, or there is no evidence that it was them, whatever. And then I guess he got some pressure to say that they cleared them. I guess, the only thing that I can juxtapose that with is that Savannah is busy making comments and statements, trying to get people to help her find her mom. Meanwhile, the sheriff is busy walking back stuff that he said about the investigation that he shouldn't have said in the first place. If it was going to be a family member, like, go through all of them, see what evidence you can get, and then arrest them. We don't need to know all of that. That's the way it works. Like, the next thing you see them parading somebody through, like, a perp walk.
I mean, I for that reason, why in the ever-loving God would they keep Annie's car for 42 some odd days?
You know what? I have to disagree with you. I'm sorry to interrupt, but this is when the FBI takes something, it takes a long time to get it back, and you have to be.
But the FBI didn't take it. It was
Sarah. I was just looking for them in the community section to try to unban them, but they don't make it easy to find them.
Sheriff that took it.
But they sent pieces.
You got 10 days. You got 10 days until you got to make extension after extension after extension when you get those warrants.
But you have
you got to have a reason.
They sent pieces of the car to the lab. So, we have a car that's been taken apart. Okay, when you take a car apart, it's going to take a while to put it back together. And unless, I think Annie and Tommaso and Savannah, they all had other things to do. I mean, they all have there's a lot of cars there. We saw them all driving different cars. I mean, there were plenty of cars.
I get all that. I get that. But this one is under the microscope, and it's causing consternation because lots of media were calling regularly and the same answers kept coming. It's part of the investigation. And then the next one was, we're in the process of releasing it. And the next week, we're in the process of releasing it. And then the next week, oh, I'll have to get back to you. I mean, those are the kinds of things. Once again, if your true mission was to clear this family, for God's sake, why would you allow that to continue?
Well, maybe he was just trying to support his thesis that he had announced to the whole world. Every aspect of this investigation was broadcast. It makes me shocked. I mean, I was in Brown for the shooting, the shooting that happened in Brown, and it also happened at University of Massachusetts. We got very little information. We weren't even allowed to near the door, where he had entered to shoot. I mean, we got to the door eventually.
Mm.
I mean, because we are reporters, but it was just, clamped down. And then when everything started to happen, we got to know, and everybody started going to the places that they needed to know. And there were press conferences that were very much on point. They gave away very little, but they did answer some questions. So, I mean, there was a little bit of hostility even at the Brown one towards the media. I just don't understand. Certainly here in Los Angeles or in New York, they ask for the public's help. And asking for the public's help is like saying, media, get that stuff out there. This sheriff, vindictive, insecure, in terms of how he's treated his staff, at least according to the people that I spoke with at length over the 3 weeks I was there, and disorganized.
By the way, some of those staff, not to interrupt, but just because I'm on that train, some of those staff complained that the sheriff, the tools that he used in order to come to the decision to announce publicly that the family is all cleared were polygraph tests and voluntary, involuntary turning over of their devices, which to me is a bit weird because in my line of work, that's not enough to clear somebody. It's not enough for a court of law, for starters. And anybody who gives you something voluntarily, a device voluntarily, it's not going to be a device that's used. So it's adorable, but it seemed weird to the sources that I was talking to, and some of them were quite angry. Some of the folks in the FBI were very frustrated that the sheriff came out and cleared the family, and they were not prepared to do the same thing at that early stage, especially using the tools that were reported to me from my source that they said they used, just polygraphs and voluntary, devices.
Well, I don't think the FBI wants to clear anybody till they've solved the crime. I think that's normal criminal procedure. I've never heard somebody saying we've cleared this person or cleared that person. I mean, with the Riley Strain thing, none of those people were cleared. The family. I mean, and not that they were there at the time.
Yeah.
I guess maybe that's a bad example, but I'm just thinking back to some of the different things. Even the guy, even people that actually did it, they just don't clear people. It's just not part of an investigative process. I'm sure Savannah said, stop saying that. I'm sure that the family gave major pushback. We're not going to cooperate with you anymore if you keep attacking my family members. So that's kind of where my brain went when I saw that weird clearing of people at the beginning of an investigation. I will say this on the record, I don't believe that those two were involved, but I do believe that that's not something you share with the media.
Yeah. And the other thing is investigations, it's 101, right? When someone goes missing and is a vulnerable person, the family's the first you look at. That's not new. That's not it's not earth-shattering news. That is standard operating procedure. So when the sheriff began speaking so glowingly of the Guthrie family, and I think he was saying things like Tucson's daughter, and she's special to us. And I thought, look, you can feel that way. That's fine. You can't say those things because your job is difficult right now. You have to investigate. Just like for us reporting, this was not easy to report on someone we've worked with and we love, but you've got to do your job, and you've got to be, you've got to apply the same standards as you would on any other case. I did feel like there was some favoritism though. People refused. I don't know why on day 5, again, Thursday, in the press conference, the sheriff said, we've towed the car under a warrant and it's being processed. And not one media outlet reported that. And I was shocked because any other story, any other case, any other victim, that would have been a lead. Oh my God, they've towed the car of the daughter and they under a warrant and they're processing it. Not one outlet reported that. And I was just scratching my head wondering what's happening here.
Well, the other thing too is like, if you're towing somebody's car and you're like doing your investigation, I don't understand. Yeah, I mean, that's something reportable. We're looking into all of the family members. It's something we do. You could do that in a very simple way. That's Absolutely. What we always do.
Nobody did.
They were the last car that she was in. It's the last time she was seen. There's a lot of reasons to take a look at that car. Like, did she leave something behind? Was she injured when she was in the car? I mean, who knows? but
Yeah.
so I didn't think it was strange at all. I mean, and they do boyfriends, they do best friends, they do everybody in that circle. When somebody gets abducted or murdered or God forbid, whatever.
Yeah. What was weird was that the media, again, I thought that there was an unusual dynamic that played out because this was a colleague of many in the media, and they were treating everything with kid gloves, and they did not treat it like the other stories that we cover. We would have covered every single development with someone else. But for whatever reason, on Thursday, Savannah Guthrie's sister's car is towed and no one reported it. And the sheriff said it in plain language, in the language I just gave you. Yes, the car has been towed under a warrant and it's being processed. Wow, that would have been a pretty big headline, but nobody, it was odd. And I feel like the sheriff should have behaved in a different way towards the family, a family that he, because of his job, had to investigate early because of the way, again, crime 101, you have to. But he was very deferential to the family early on.
Here's an interesting thing. There, in certain places, like if it was in New York or LA, even Chicago, there are famous people that live everywhere. But in Tucson, it's a really small place. Everybody knew Savannah. They went to school with her. I mean, every time I talk to somebody, we were in high school together. I didn't know her that well, but I knew Nancy. So I think that there's a little role of celebrity that the sheriff, I think the sheriff grabbed onto that
big
and wanted to be part of that.
Hey, quick note from my sponsor. Spring cleaning is here. And most people forget the most important place to start is actually your pantry. Or scan the QR code to claim this delicious offer. You're probably right there. And again, it's inappropriate.
Because I got to tell you, when OJ was arrested, nobody gave a shit.
Wow, really?
When OJ was arrested, nobody was like, oh my God. I mean, the people of LA were upset and we followed him and, and went on the overpasses.
But nobody was high-fiving him at the jail when he was in intake and booking. Really?
I don't think so. I mean, I wasn't there, but I do think that people understand that celebrities and bad things happen to celebrities, bad things happen to the families.
George Ashley rightfully has an axe to grind with the sheriff because he went out of his way to contradict her and attempted to make her look ridiculous multiple times. And I wouldn't like that if I'm Ashley Banfield. As long as Ashley Banfield thinks that she's being truthful and accurate, yes. Why would you like Sheriff Nanos saying that? You wouldn't.
Of celebrities, and that they need to be treated by, an equal justice system. And I know that your viewers are going to go, well, OJ wasn't treated by an equal justice system. But in fact, he was. The prosecution did a very poor job.
Yeah, and he got a trial.
Yeah.
I'm glad you said that, Ms. Weiner, because honest to God, when I worked at Court TV, Jack Ford was my partner, and he's just the most magnanimous partner I've ever worked with in broadcasting, because he took every commercial break to teach me the law. He was a Yale law professor. And so I learned, I had 5 years of law school sitting beside Jack Ford. And he once said to me, whenever there's a trial result, it's wrong for people to say someone didn't get justice. It's just not the justice that one side of the courtroom wanted, but one side of the courtroom is going to leave upset, but it does not mean it's not justice. Justice is being offered this remarkable process that America has. It doesn't always go your way, but you still get it. And so whenever I hear, justice for someone, it's going to mean justice against someone else, the way they define justice.
I totally agree with you. I mean, I'm a lawyer, and my feeling is that if both sides are equal, then you fight it out. But this was a real mismatch in terms of, and I've said this to Chris Darden, and I've said it also to Marsha Clark. I mean, it was a mismatch, and I watched a lot of that trial. I was kind of between jobs, and my mom and I would sit and watch it. And I was just like, 10 days of DNA, 2 weeks of
going
DNA.
Down the rabbit hole. You lose people,
Yeah. So anyway, people.
It's what they said about Diddy. Remember, that's what they said about the Diddy trial. It's like, you went too far. I personally thought they did a great job. I thought the prosecutors and Diddy did a great job, but I love this stuff. I love the arcane. I love the detail. Jurors don't. Jurors just say, talk to me like I'm 5. I don't want to be here right now. What is it you're
Nobody
talking
wants
about?
to hear
I've never heard of this stuff.
No, nobody wants to hear.
They don't want the details.
Yeah,
they need it.
And as you're coming in, make sure you like the video here. Likes are free. and subscribe to the channel if you're not already. And come say hello if you're just a viewer out there. Come say hello to the flock of black sheep in the live chat.
Summarize. They need to, well, listen, I'm diverging. Okay. So let's talk about what happened. This is the other big question. What happened at 1:47 a.m. versus 2:12 a.m.? Because we have the camera disconnecting at 1:47 a.m., but an image appearing on the camera at 2:12 a.m. And everybody's so confused about it. I don't think we've ever really figured that out.
I have to say something about the cameras. This is my theory, and it is just a theory. There is no reception in Nancy's neighborhood. You can't talk to people. Brian Enton would be driving and he'd go, I'm entering Nancy's neighborhood.
And we have heard Brian Enton say that a lot, right? I just think it was a dead zone. So I don't think there was any signal jammers or anything that complicated going on. I think it's just a dead zone. That's what I think.
Especially around her house. Right? Her house in particular was bad.
Very bad. And you could drive up the hill a little bit and get better reception. And this whole idea of cameras going in and cameras going out. And by the way, that even happens in the Hollywood Hills, like when it happens everywhere. But this area was particularly bad. There is like terrible Wi-Fi. So I'm not sure, the cameras went out on the, night, or the cameras went out in the neighbor's house, like with the dog. They had a plaintive dog as well. I mean, she had a dog barking that never barked, when Brian Enton did the great interview with the neighbor. I believe that the dog knew that somebody who didn't belong was in the neighborhood, or something was going on, because the dog was barking and never woke up in the middle of the night. But in terms of cameras, the cameras went out and there's a jammer. And I'm like, you don't need a jammer to not be able to talk to someone in Nancy's neighborhood. The cameras go out, the phones go out. You just don't know when it's going to happen. And then you move a couple of feet and then you get the person back. So the camera thing, to me, I don't think it was anything that sophisticated.
So what about this notion that at 1:47 there's a disconnect, and at 2:12 there's an image that appears on what is supposed to be a disconnect? I took that to mean there are other cameras, and other cameras picked up something when, say, the 1:47 a.m. camera was, my source says, smashed, disconnected, whatever you want to say. Michael Ruiz reported there were glass fragments down below the Nest cam at the front door, so that would support what my source said, but being smashed off of its bracket.
Right. Yeah, I believe that's true. And I think that there were times where the cameras are working. The thing that really troubles me, though, was the sheriff sort of saying that they have images from the backyard, thumbnails, and they're all fine. Nothing nefarious going on.
Well, and I think he's saying because some of it's from before the crime.
Right.
And none of it is evidentiary, apparently. But I think what it is that they've been able to do the scratching process, which is getting through the layers of the onion of the videos. And they've come up with like, oh, here's the pool guy from Wednesday before this happened. So that's not bad. And here are the police after the crime in the backyard. But it's like, good God, how frustrating that you can get all these, scratched images around the crime, but not another one during the crime.
Yeah, I'm skeptical. I think they may have more than they're saying.
I think you're right.
Yeah. Because I don't buy it. Like it suddenly went back on when the police arrived.
Right. And I also want to know another big question that's unanswered is how many cameras? Because my source said Nest cameras, plural, were smashed. We saw that they left a camera behind up on the casita.
And we saw that also in the back, right? There was some sort of pool lights or something along those lines. That part wasn't really emphasized, but it did happen.
Then we heard weeks into the investigation, there were cameras, plural, inside the house. And the sheriff on I'm not sure if it was day 2 or day 5, said, we're not in possession of these cameras. Talked about cameras, plural, and we're not in possession of. So I wonder how many cameras this person took off.
Yes, Bella, the floodlight is what it was that was smashed. That wasn't emphasized, but it did happen.
With, or if he just took off with the one and the sheriff misspoke.
Well, how about when the sheriff said we can't get anything off of the camera because he took it?
Well, the FBI was able to.
I know, but that's the whole point. Don't say things you don't know.
You don't know. Yes, exactly.
I mean, it made me crazy. I'm like, you don't know what they could do today. I wouldn't say, like, if I lost my camera, will I ever get anything back from it? Can you get anything off of my?
Thank you very much for the super chat, Mike. Why do they always blame the construction guys? I would say low-hanging fruit. It'd be low-hanging fruit, people working around the house. People look at the Elizabeth Smart case, and that's who did it in that element, was someone that was a handyman. So I think it's low-hanging fruit. In this case, I don't think it's evidence-related. Thank you for the super chat, Mike. Super chats are a great way to support the channel.
I found sometimes you go places and they're like, oh yeah. And they, you know what I mean? And it's the FBI. So I just sort of thought he just speaks without thinking.
Well, also not ready for prime time. They did, you know, I will defend him in this way. Tucson is not a hotbed of, you know, mysterious murder and disappearances. The last major crime they had, you know, was Gabby Giffords, and that was decades ago. So I get it. They're not practiced at the art, and they will be now. You know, I dare say this homicide unit is going to be really well trained for the next investigation they have to do. But let's talk about those numbers, by the way. We went from week 2, 3, and 4, and maybe even 5. I have to go back to the dates, where we had upwards of 400 investigators, both federal and local, who were assigned to this case. And it seemed overnight it went down to, we have 4 to 5 investigators from the homicide unit that's joined a task force that will work with the FBI members who will be stationed here in the Tucson field office. Meanwhile, the FBI had said, no, the bulk of our people have gone back to the Phoenix main headquarters, but a few people, we've got a footprint in Tucson. So basically it went from 400 to, say, a handful, maybe a dozen, maybe less, seemingly overnight. What do you make of that?
It makes me wonder what the sheriff did to the crime scene on those first couple of days, how much he destroyed. I mean, that's unfair because I don't know and I'm speculating, but the fact that he ended the search and he took the tape down and we walked around the yard and we went up to film the blood drops. I mean, you know, come on.
Pizza, flowers, pool delivery, landscapers, journalists.
It was open
cops.
season.
Yeah.
I mean, what if they dropped you know, like a piece of gum? Like, how would anybody know?
Right.
You know,
how
like
about Nancy's LL Bean shirt just left on the front walk? That was odd too.
I have to say that the crime scene tape is up. The crime scene tape is down. They're on the porch, the FBI. They've covered it up. This is like 5 weeks later, I guess, or whatever. And they're
3, I think. The white tent went up about 3 weeks later.
3 weeks. Okay. And I'm like, it's
Long
all
enough.
a blunt. It's a because we were just sitting outside Nancy's house for many, many weeks. I just thought, and I don't want to lay it all at the sheriff's feet, but the fact is that he misspoke. He didn't secure the crime scene. He didn't wait for the FBI. And while you said that lab in Florida is,
And again, I'll keep on saying it. That was the biggest blunder, opening up the crime scene too soon. Why was it a blunder? Maybe they could have gotten DNA evidence from the home. That is better than the mixed sample that they did. Outside of that, let the Cajun Navy search. I mean, but the not getting the DNA evidence from the home, that's the biggest thing here. Because the evidence they do have, mixed sample, they didn't tell us what kind of sample it is. People are guessing it's a touch DNA, and that's difficult. You can try to do genetic genealogy from there, but that can take a while, and there's no guarantees it matches with somebody. And if it does match, how do you know it's actually someone related to the case? You don't. So that was the biggest thing.
fab. I mean, tell the FBI it's going there. All this lack of communication, people visiting people's houses where the sheriff does.
This is correct by her. Thank you very much for this, Mike. Incompetent law enforcement, local and FBI both, not acceptable. Yeah, I hear you. They could have done, they'll look back at this and there's going to be things they could have done better. Thank you for the super chat, Mike.
Doesn't know that the FBI was at somebody's house.
Or the gun stores. Doesn't know they were at the gun stores. Doesn't know that the FBI is getting a statement for the, alleged ransom seekers. He has to find out from his wife about that. That was just bizarro.
It's all bizarro, and he's busy going to basketball games too. I thought that was a bad look too. I mean,
So there's other searchers out there too, but I know, Bella, you're referring to the one case they messed up. But just because the Cajun Navy messed up one time doesn't mean they'll mess up every time. I mean, they can learn from their mistakes. I mean, God knows the local law enforcement, they messed this one up themselves.
I got to tell you, like if somebody in my community is been taken, who's a big part of the community, and there's the celebrity factor as well, where the whole world is kind of watching, go to a basketball game, go watch it at
Not
home
unless
on
it's
TV.
your son or your daughter's major event and you've got to be there for them for a short time.
Right,
But there
right.
didn't seem to be that element. Why do you think no one's come forward? Again, big question that's unanswered here. Why do you think no one has come forward with $1.2 million on the table?
Well, two things. One, someone might be afraid for their life. I mean, you can say, oh, they'll do it anonymously. Well, it doesn't mean they might not be afraid for their life. And two, maybe just no one knows. Maybe there's just no one that's going to come forward anyway.
I think it's too risky because she's dead. God, I mean, God forbid, but I think it's too risky. I mean, like, what are you going to, like you're going to go to jail if you come forward and say, I have her. You can't get the ransom money if you killed her.
I don't think it's him, but it's someone who knows him and knows he behaved in a bizarre way, because that guy's entire Sunday was blown and his Monday wasn't a whole lot better either. And then he was really nervous the minute that video came out of the guy with the mask. This guy behaved in extraordinary ways all throughout Feb 1, Feb 2, I'll say right through to Feb 5. And then I think it was, I can't remember what day, but I think it was Feb 10 or 11 when they came out with the mask video. Like, oh, finally we can see him. He behaved differently and somebody knows that.
Yes, I agree. But I kind of, we're just speculating, but I have to say that the person who knows it was probably in on it with him. I think whoever knows this guy, I don't think it was a one-man job. I haven't thought that the whole time, because there's a back door and, there's blood drops in the house. And
I think it's one man.
You think it's one guy?
Absolutely. I think it's one guy. It happens all the time. And they can easily haul 150 pounds over their shoulders. It's happened before.
Well, I get that. But I kind of thought to myself, either whoever would get the reward would be implicated. So it has to be done very carefully. Like
or
whoever
loves this person very much until she doesn't. And then maybe she'll talk.
Yeah, it could be. Or he does it again to somewhere else and then they catch him.
Yeah. So here's the big last question, because I know I've kept you a long time on this particular story,
That's okay.
But the biggest question is, do you think we're going to solve the case?
Yes, I do. I think they
find
will.
her.
I mean, every law enforcement and lawyer person, they all say they think it's going to be solved. I think they're just kind of having allegiance to the law enforcement in the case. I mean, to me, this seems like one they might not solve, honestly. Just completely objectively. I mean, chat, do you think they're going to solve this case? Meaning they're going to find out who did it. Press 1 if yes and 2 if no. I just don't know what the evidence is to see that they will. I mean, granted, there's things that we don't know, no doubt. But even so, I mean, what's going to break it at this point? Are we just praying for the genetic genealogy to come through? What are we praying for? So yes, press 1 if you think they'll solve it. Press 2 if you think no, they won't.
That I don't know. It's the desert. I hate to say it, but there's a lot of places, I mean, it's kind of, again, I'm thinking of Las Vegas, people, I mean, it's almost a cliche for the movies and stuff, but desert is really rough terrain. I was actually saying, to my husband that if I had to cross here as a pioneer, I think I would have just stopped. It's really rough terrain.
It's almost like ocean. It's almost like
yeah,
ocean.
it's tough. It's tough.
So, Allison,
I do think it'll be solved.
I think so too. I think we probably won't find her, but I do think that they'll find this guy. It can take months, it can take years, but
but if you got away with something once, and he probably feels invincible.
Probably.
and I would expect that that's a recipe for disaster for him. And I'm also an optimist. And
yeah, I just
you
hope
know,
you're not optimistic in a way that he'll do it again and then we'll catch him on the second one, because I just hope there's not going to be some victim out there who's waiting to be his next prey. But
fair
Elsie, you
enough.
spent all these days, just day after day after day, cultivating sources, working with Brian Enton. You're on location, and I feel like your book just came out, but this one should be in it.
Next one, in the next book, we'll talk about all the all things, Nancy Guthrie. You know what? I was sitting there and I was thinking about it, and it was so overwhelmingly sad.
So the chat looks like there's a few more people that think it's not going to be solved than do think it's going to be solved. It was like 14 to about 10.
When you saw the flowers, it's a grandma, she's 84. Like, what did she ever do to anyone?
Nothing.
And so it just was so, I mean, they're all really hard, and they're all.
And that's the thing. In this case, I think, unfortunately, Nancy's just a pawn in this game. A pawn to get to Savannah Guthrie. I was going back and forth with someone on Facebook earlier. They're like, oh, it's so clear that it's connected to Epstein. And look, they're like, look who she was looking into days before it happened. I'm like, who? Who? The most I saw was that she interviewed Epstein victims in 2019. What was she looking into recently? And they're trying to make it seem like it was obvious. And then someone asked her, well, what are you talking about? And she's like, it's so easy to figure it out. Google's your friend. I'm like, well, then it should just be easy to share. And they said that about Epstein and a couple other things, Virginia Guthrie. And it's like, did any of you hear something that Savannah was looking into this very recently before Nancy died? Or Nancy died. Nancy went missing? I haven't, if so. The most I saw was the 2019 interviews. But let me know, chat. Was there something else going on that I just haven't heard about?
Super sad, when we cover murders and we cover abductions, or we cover missing children. I mean, it's all, but this one kind of struck because I think it resonates with any of us who have elder parents, and that we do everything we can, cameras, helpers, pool person, all these people dropping in suddenly so nobody knows when you're coming, but I it's just there for the grace of God. That's the way you feel about Nancy.
Well, the four major cases that are in the book, is there a thread that, for me, there's a thread through all true crime, and that is mystery. That's why we just can't get our heads around things, when we can't get an absolute answer unless you're there and you see it happen. Is there a thread that pulled you through, that you see is common throughout these four cases and all the others that you've covered?
You know what? I picked these four because they're kind of they're very interesting and diabolical, and then one I picked Holly Bobo to go over because it is one that keeps me up at night, and I can't forget it, because there's a lot of things that go into when you're the media covering a case that you don't write about, that you don't tell anybody about. And when I went to see Karen Bobo and Dana Bobo long before the trial started, we went through and we talked about things that, like, just bring it really home to you. You got a real sense of the terrible loss, and the house was kind of frozen in time, and the picture of Holly and her brother.
And that's why I was getting frustrated, because this other person was acting like, oh, it's so clear and obvious. It's about something Epstein related. And I'm like, no, I don't think so. I think I would actually believe them more if they said it was kind of tied to Savannah's husband and what he did about being for the Parker Glover group and working with Gore and Clinton. It's like, oh, maybe that, maybe more so. But the Epstein thing? I mean, there's been a lot of people working with Epstein victims recently. So to single someone out about the Epstein stuff now, I mean, to me, the cat's out of the bag. The cat's out of the bag. I mean, how many people are you going to go after at this point? So, I mean, I understand it. I understand that happened in 2019. She interviewed them, but to tie this case to it, it's just not as obvious as people were trying to make it seem. But that's what they're trying to make it seem like. Oh, clearly Epstein. It's like, no, people are just dying to make a connection to that. And it's just not always true. Now, granted, there are some things it is true about, but I just don't think this is one of them.
Clint or from their graduation were on the wall. And I just couldn't get it out of my head because I had a 20-year-old blonde nursing student myself. I had my daughter, and it just reminded me of that. And they were in the middle of nowhere, and it was kind of crime can think the same thing with Nancy, like that it can all end with no rhyme or reason. I mean, a girl that lives in the middle of like Tennessee where she could go off-roading, they have acres and acres of land. Like, how does somebody take somebody like that and kill them? And then
it comes out of nowhere.
It came out of nowhere. And then it was 3 years of waiting. So I think the thread between all of them, one is the first murder case I ever I ever covered. But, and back then you could have some access that's kind of crazy. So, I ran into the defendant in the ladies' room. It was just different. So the other one I did is Robert Blake, because that was crazy. And I covered it twice because I did it for ABC News. And I also covered it when it happened. And we went to Vitello's where he had his last dinner with his wife. And I know Laurel King. I know all the places and knew a lot of people in common. So that was kind of interesting. And I still... and I guess the other one is Amy Harwick, who I think is really, I guess they were just things I thought were important for people to know. Amy Harwick had a stalker that she broke up with in 2010. And in 2020, he threw her off the roof of her house, off the top of her balcony, and he killed her. And she was just this beautiful, smart, well-loved, and she lived right behind my house. And I remember going, it could strike anywhere. Like we were in the Hollywood Hills, and I walked around the corner, and she had her balcony is the top tier of her house was the same as mine. And I knew some of her friends. So yeah, I think that the thing is that it could strike anywhere and that the people that do it, it's just sort of going back to Nancy, you just don't know who would do something like that. I have one story, which was my first murder case in Mississippi, where the best friend of her killed her friend because she took out some insurance policies on her, and her friend had cancer and she wasn't dying fast enough. And she was at the funeral. It's a real, it
is why we often say in true crime, you can't write stuff better than the truth. Harlan Coben says the same thing.
Yeah.
I write true crime because it's better than what I could come up with.
And the people involved, it's just sort of like, what drives them? She showed up, this woman in Mississippi showed up, she hired a hitman to like light her friend's house on fire and put a propane tank in there. The whole thing exploded, and she showed up hysterical. Is my friend in there? Yeah.
Do you remember Michelle Carter, who encouraged her boyfriend to take his own life in his vehicle and then just couldn't get out of the family, just desperate to be a part of the mourning process, and how close we were and how difficult this must be for you, Mom. And I just remember thinking, like, how do you insert yourself in that way after what you've done?
Psycho. It's really psycho. This whole situation where she threw the funeral, and she was down there hugging the mom. And these were not regular. She was a regular person in terms of her finances and an account.
Yeah, my Facebook was hacked because what happened was, and I'll let you know, now I'm a creator on Facebook, so it's a little bit different. But they got me because they said, oh, there's a email from, it says Facebook in the subject line, right? But it says you need to update your tax information because I get paid from Facebook. So I went in there to do it, and the only clue it was a scam was if you looked at the sender, it was not Facebook or Meta. It was something else. That was the clue that I missed. But you go in there and you log in, like it sends you to the Facebook login page, so you think it's legit. You go to the Facebook login page, and there's 2FA, and then you get an email saying, okay, are you trying to log in? and you are trying to log in, so you click yes. The only thing that was telling was the location was wrong. It was Chicago. So those were the two things. Location wrong for the 2FA, and the email was not from Facebook. So I'm sharing this in case anyone else is a Facebook creator out there and you get an email to update your tax information. Look for those two things and don't do what I did. I got lucky, I got it back, but I did get it back. And I didn't lose any money. I just lost some days of access to my Facebook, which did suck.
Mountain and the nurse, but a lot of the other people were very poor in Mississippi, and she took advantage. Yeah.
So listen, for our listeners right now, you all don't have the advantage of having Allison on your phone, because when she's on a location, I'm like, ow, what's going on? Who'd you talk to? And this is the book. Like, finally, the people who are watching, you can talk to Allison. You can actually hear all this background stuff that she can only tell us by phone, but can't talk about, during these cases. So I'm really glad you did this. And I'm glad that you've realized your dream about writing this book, because in this business, there's so much that goes unsaid, and there's this insatiable appetite for all of it. So I know you're going to sell a gazillion billion copies. It releases on April 28th. You can pre-order on Amazon and Barnes & Noble. It's called Murder and the Media. Again, behind the scenes of 4 high-profile murders. Allison Weiner, you know how much I adore you. Thank you so much for this.
Thanks. And thanks for all your support, Ashley.
And good luck with the book.
Thanks.
My great
Deal. All right. Make sure you check out Ashley Banfield. I like Ashley. I like Ashley more than her guest there. Now we're going to go to Kat's favorite. Kat's dream team, Andrew Wilson and Megyn Kelly.
Hey everyone, I'm Megyn Kelly. Welcome to the Megyn Kelly Show. It is now day 45 in the search for Nancy Guthrie. No suspect, no vehicle, no motive has been identified.
In Kat's version of heaven, all you hear is Megyn Kelly and Andrew Wilson on repeat.
In this case, though, the sheriff did say he believes he knows the motive to the local NBC affiliate, so that's something. It has been over a month since images and surveillance video of a masked man in front of Nancy Guthrie's front door were released by authorities. The suspect caught on camera does not seem to be a criminal mastermind, at least that's our viewpoint. He appears to be trying to cover up the Nest camera with nearby shrubs. But on the other hand, he's gotten away with his crime for 44 plus days. And that says something, given that they had reportedly some 400 law enforcement officers on this in the very beginning. Today, we will dive into what we know about him. We at least think that it's a male, and the potential theory of more than one suspect. You remember Maureen yesterday saying she believes that the perp on that porch.
So Mayor says here, this is interesting in regards to Nancy Guthrie. Here is a quote, and it is from a TCRS article on Patreon. Petler had concerns about what she was posting with Nancy's social media being full of political messages and anti-Trump rhetoric. Yeah, so some people might not like that. And let's face it, though, right? In this day and age, there's a lot of anti-Trump rhetoric online, and there's a lot of pro-Trump rhetoric online. So it'd be interesting what would make hers unique to single her out about.
Had a walkie-talkie in his pocket, and if he had a walkie-talkie, there was an accomplice, and that's her theory. Brian Enton is reporting that the FBI returned to that Mexican restaurant. It's called...
What did Kat do to deserve this? Well, correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't think I saw a Back to Black or Gold Dust Woman cover on your channel yet, did I?
El Charro Cafe in Tucson, the one that Nancy Guthrie was sitting with Savannah and Annie Guthrie in for that Today Show segment that aired in November of 2025. The FBI reportedly asking if there was anyone suspicious around during filming, if anyone wanted to take photos, if anyone got angry, or if they lingered. I mean, that's just good police work, right? Just going back to a place where you know Savannah and her mother were in public together and finding out whether there are any leads there. There are also a lot of questions surrounding the potential technology that could solve this case, right? From those images that we saw on the front door to many other techniques that we're learning about that the FBI has in its arsenal. First, though, we're going to take a look back at some of the early coverage of Nancy's disappearance when we first saw the suspect together. Remember, we were live in the air when this happened. Just how little information the authorities made public as the Guthrie family.
And again, I know a lot of people don't like Megyn Kelly, but occasionally she has some good insights into this case. We're not listening to her political thoughts here. We'll listen to her about the case. It's not going to be the entire video either.
Begged for help, and an MK show demonstration surrounding a Nest camera at the center of this case. Watch.
Everyone is looking for you, Mommy, everywhere.
The American TV anchor Savannah Guthrie.
خطف نانسي غوثري من 10.
Revenons sur cet enlèvement de Nancy Guthrie.
Marcha a la búsqueda de Nancy Guthrie.
警方重點調查
Y presentadora del Today Show de NBC, Savannah Guthrie.
We begin this morning with the search for Nancy Guthrie, now entering its second week. Authorities say there is still no suspect or person of interest in the case.
Reaction from the highest levels of government.
We have some things I think that will maybe come out reasonably soon.
A reported ransom note. The demand $6 million in Bitcoin by 5 p.m. tonight.
I'll read you one line. They say it is in the best interest of everyone to have this completed as soon as possible.
We received your message and we understand and we will pay.
It's now day 10 of the search for Nancy Guthrie. Authorities believe she was forcibly removed from her Arizona home.
So please remember to like the video here. Likes are free, and they're for my spirit animal, Shadow the Night Owl. I can't talk anymore. Subscribe to the channel if you're not already, and come say hello to the flock of black sheep here. And I go live almost every night, 5 or 6 nights a week, at a little bit after 10 p.m. Eastern to talk about true crime and current events. And I use my personal experience with mental health, being on the autistic spectrum, addiction, narcissistic abuse, and narcissistic family systems to give my unique insights on true crime and current events. You're not going to get that combination many other places, if any, for that matter. Considering the personal, because there are other psychologists and lawyers, but how many of them have the mental health and addiction experience and narcissistic abuse experience? I don't think very many.
But beyond that, they don't seem to know much else. Yesterday, the Pima County Sheriff's Department posted on X, quote, investigators have not identified any suspects, persons of interest, or vehicles connected to Nancy Guthrie. Great job. And the FBI, in a statement given to this show and other media outlets yesterday, saying, quote, the FBI is not aware of any continued communication between the Guthrie family and suspected kidnappers, nor have we identified a suspect or person of interest in this case at this time. But the FBI, we've now learned, has been brought in, as I've been reporting, kind of late, and then stiff-armed by the sheriff.
Hi there, everybody.
And now we have heard again directly from Savannah Guthrie. Her tone was not optimistic.
As we enter into another week of this nightmare, we are at an hour of desperation. And we need your
Paula, thank you very much for becoming a member, Paula. You now have access to the members-only live streams, which are going to be cool. I'm not sure when the next one will be, either later this week or next week. So thank you for becoming a member.
As we went to break, the FBI released 4 pictures of a man clearly outside of Nancy Guthrie's front door in a ski mask, in leather gloves, wearing a backpack, and they are terrifying. All I can think looking at these is, oh my God, this poor 84-year-old woman saw this man in her bedroom. There's video, you guys, look at this, of him approaching the Nest cam. He takes his right hand, the side, like where your pinky knuckle is, and he starts kind of like, it looks like he's banging it. He's trying to get not hard though. Then he turns around. Now I can see the back of the backpack. This is going to be very helpful. They're going to be able to see what brand this is a treasure trove, you guys. It's a treasure trove. I mean, they hit pay dirt. They got the gold, you guys. Like somehow the system did still have this. We can see his gait Maureen. We can see how he walks, which is also another big tell.
Yes. And I notice how people walk. I can tell their footfall as they walk down the hall.
Cell phones, we get answers immediately. And unfortunately, in these types of cases, it lasts longer. It actually takes me back to a case here in the upstate of South Carolina where there was a horrific homicide that went unsolved, like 4 or 5 people killed in a motorbike store back in the late 90s. And it took probably close to 20 years until that case was solved. So, I can't imagine the Guthrie family, and poor Savannah having to fly back to New York, and try to get a normal life started back again, get her life going, still knowing mom is out there, whether she's alive or not, we don't know, but it's just heartbreaking. And that video, I mean, it just tears at your heart.
I still feel like, Jonathan, that video will solve this case. That's only been 1 month since that video hit. So it's not like that's not an eternity in law enforcement. And I just still feel like maybe in that mountain of tips they received, all the thousands, there's something, or there's somebody who's still going to come forward and say, I want the $1 million and I know that guy.
Right. I think some of the biggest things that popped out over that period of time that you compiled all that video was that he was seen before that, prior to that night. And that really has been really not talked about that much. It kind of was, oh yeah, he was there before, and then that was it. But that gives us a lot of understanding about that the individual was somewhat familiar with the neighborhood, that he was familiar enough with that house that he went back. So I think there's probably more video information out there than what they've given us. I'm not sure why they haven't released a little bit more detail about the other times that he might have been there and really talked about that more. As you've shown, this sheriff from the very beginning made huge mistakes because it was kind of like the O.J. Simpson judge. This guy,
sheep know more. That's ironic. As opposed to the flock of black sheep, then there's sheep no more. He's talking about lions, not sheep. But as someone mentioned an Uber video, what Uber video are you referring to? Uber video of Nancy Guthrie?
You can tell that he either wants his own TV show or he's just taking this limelight and running with it. It goes along with the personality that's been reported by him or about him. And I think when you look at the totality of the statements, and especially yesterday with this interview that he gave, and it's this conflicting information that makes, once again, no sense. Why would you be telling people that the motivation of this individual when you're also telling them you don't have a suspect? So, that you don't know the motivation. You have a theory of what the motivation is, but if you don't have the individual, most likely you don't know exactly what the motivation is. But when he makes comments, he makes final or comments with finality, like we're ruling out the family. Well, you can't rule out the family unless you have identified at least what happened there. And to our knowledge,
and that's a good point. You see the former FBI agents, lawyers, etc. They don't all agree. Maureen doesn't agree with this guy, for example. So it is what it is. I know I have my own opinions, and they all have their own reasons for the opinions that they have.
Don't even know if she was taken or alive or dead. So, I think it's been a problem with this sheriff. I do realize that there's people working behind the scenes, but again, with the sheriff's department, the way it's been reported is that if he doesn't like somebody, he gets rid of them despite their experience. So we have to question the experience of the investigators. And I just think that so much time elapsed from her missing and the time that the family called to the point where.
So OK Magazine reported that the Uber that Nancy Guthrie took from her home to Annie and Tommaso's house, I'm presuming, that's out there. What will it find? I mean, that's not the interesting ride, unfortunately, right? The interesting ride is more so Annie and Tommaso, or I guess if it's Tommaso, driving her back. That's the interesting ride, right?
Law enforcement actually got involved within a day and a half he made a statement, the sheriff, saying that he was standing down the search to give his deputies time to rest for 24 hours. That made no sense to me whatsoever. And then lastly, you know, I've been talking a lot. I was on a show with the guys from the Cajun Navy International, incredible group of guys. They are people, but the guys that run it, they have access to, I haven't seen assets like this since I was in the FBI. I mean, they have access to not a dog, dogs, tons of people, FLIR, drones. They're experienced in finding bodies in water and so on and so forth. And they have offered, which I overwatched this long, or looked at and reviewed for them, this long operations order, how they could step in and assist. Never even got anything back from law enforcement except for a thank you, but no thank you. So there's these things that just don't make any sense at all. And I think it all comes down to ego, and what ends up happening in that, you know, cases suffer. And like Chad said, you know, you're seeing law enforcement because this is I think this, more than the incompetency of criminals, this type of stuff happens a lot in law enforcement and derails investigations. Either they're overworked, understaffed, or they have investigators that have not been trained properly, or they have leadership that should never have been promoted into the positions that they're in.
Go ahead, Chad.
Well, I read yesterday, Megan, that 85 out of 86 officers, deputies from this agency have a no confidence in their own sheriff. That's no bueno. If you have a leader, well, I can't even call him a leader at this point, unfortunately. But if you have someone at the head of this agency that is spewing off facts that are making it seem like they're facts, and they're not facts, and they've not been proven, we can't do this. I agree. You know, what Maureen was saying earlier too, the fact of, why is the PIO not the one? That is their job. That's their sole job. Why is this PIO not the one doing it?
For the cops. That's why police departments have them. But he probably wanted to see his face on TV. He was very quick to run to do the rounds as soon as the Nancy case broke. You know, remember, he did all sorts of podcasts. I was like, what is this guy doing? He's doing like everybody's show. And then he had the pressers, and then he seemed to realize he didn't want to share with the FBI, stopped the pressers, went back to just him in front of the cameras, which he's...
And by the way, make sure you like the video while you're here. Likes help Sheriff Nanos get recalled. And then subscribe to the channel if you're not already. Super chats, great way to support the channel and get questions answered. Super stickers, great way to support the channel. Becoming a channel member gives you access to the members-only live streams. Tomorrow night, I'll be talking to Dr. Peter Salerno, and we're going to have a discussion. We'll see where it goes. And super chats will certainly get answered. There might be a minimum super chat, perhaps, but super chats will get answered.
Continued now, though less frequently, but he seems to enjoy seeing his face on camera. And he's all over the board in the messaging. Here's my question for you, Chad. Here's something I can't understand. I can understand how this is not solved yet and still could be. Why haven't we seen an arrest of the ransom note people, right? Like the first guy wrote the alleged ransom note and said, you have till Thursday. And then I think it's 4 million by Thursday, but it's going to be 6 million if you wait until Monday. And I want my money in a Bitcoin. And he sent it to Harvey, and he sent it to the two locals. And Harvey said all along, law enforcement's taking that very, very seriously. Like, this actually could be the guy. Clearly the family believed it actually could be the guy because they did responsive videos. Then nothing. Then on top of that one, there was another guy who swooped in and said, I can tell you who the perpetrator is. I saw them down in Mexico with Nancy, but I want a Bitcoin in order to give up. So that seems like obvious bullshit, number two, and number one, maybe bullshit as well. Where's the arrests of those people? Truly, like, one of those could potentially lead you, at least, you know, possibly, to the kidnapper. So, like, is it so hard? I can see why it's really hard to track down Nancy's abductor, but why is it so hard to track down those two guys?
Well, I think that Jonathan probably has a little bit more experience on international than I do. I personally, from the get-go, I thought this was some type of international scam group, an organized group that's trying to scam people out of this. We see it every single day. People calling saying, hey, grandma, I'm in jail, send me money, or hey, add some money onto this. You've got a warrant, you missed court, you can pay this fine. So I do know that a lot of times, I was talking to a friend of mine that's with the United States Secret Service, and obviously they work a lot of financial type crimes. And they, because I brought this up, why is it taking so long to get to these people asking for the ransom? And the way they were explaining it, and again, I'd love Jonathan to kind of jump in as well, but sometimes these international groups and their IP addresses, I know we've talked a lot about that, but just tracking them down, they're in some desolate town, in the middle of West Africa somewhere, can be very difficult.
What do you make of it, Jonathan? I just feel like, why would it be so hard, especially the second numbskull, is like, and I want a Bitcoin to tell you who the kidnapper is. I saw him south of the border with Nancy.
Again, my opinion, those ransom notes, not real. Just someone trying to exploit the case, someone trying to take advantage of the situation. That's what I think.
See, wait, they can't find that guy? There's absolutely no records. Like, there's no tools to figure out who these people are and pierce the veil and the Bitcoin veil or some other veil, the email veil, and find out who's claiming to have a connection to this case.
I mean, they could have followed it back as far as they could, and it's just an internet cafe in Nigeria. It's there's just nothing going to be there. I mean, even banks, this happens a lot where people will tell somebody, "Hey, I'm going to buy your car from you because I see you're selling the car on Facebook Market. I see you're asking $10,000 for it. Well, I have this cashier's check for $12,000. I'll give you that $12,000." To hold the car, and then you just keep the extra $2,000 for doing this for me. And people fall for that. And then what happens is when they take that cashier's check to the bank, that bank doesn't really exist. So the money goes into their account, and then when the bank that this person has finds out that bank isn't real, then that person's in hock for $12,000 and lost their car. So they believe that's the way a lot of these cars got over to Iraq and Afghanistan during the war. You saw all these American cars that were stolen that were over there. That's one of the ways that happened.
Well,
so
let me pivot then. Okay, I get it. Let me pivot to the next.
Do you think they could pull off a rebooted X-Files with older Fox Mulder and older Dana Scully, an older Smoking Man, and older Skinner? Wouldn't that be interesting? But they would have to do it right. I know Fox Mulder would think what happened to the FBI guy, or excuse me, the general. But I don't know. I'd be afraid for them to touch it. They kind of did go too far with the movies anyway.
Next related question. There was a very interesting discussion on Nancy Grace about the tattoo on the wrist of the perpetrator, the guy who we did see on Nancy's porch. And it may have international connections. I don't know. The FBI, Nancy's reporting, has enlarged, refined, and brought in a team of analysts to review the tattoo. You can see, for listening audience, we're showing just a tiny bit of the perp's arm, and you can see that clearly this guy's got a tat. And you can see a little bit about it. I can't make out much about it, but you can definitely tell that he's got a tattoo. Well, Nancy had on a guy named Darren Rosa, who's a tattoo artist of the Rising Dragon Tattoos in New York City, 30 plus years in the tattoo business. And this happened just a few days ago. They talked about what this could signal about the subject. Let's listen here.
Black and gray work is a very prevalent style among gangs, Mexican people who might be in these gangs or cartels. This is even considered hallmarks of people who've moved up in the echelons of a gang. These people are out in the sun. The southern western states get heavy sun exposure. So this style of artistry can withstand the elements. If this is all we're seeing, this is most likely the continuation of something that covers this man's entire arm. Most likely he's got tattoos on his hands. Most likely he's got tattoos on his neck and maybe even something under his eye, because this is what they do.
Very interesting, Jonathan. And like, that's from somebody who knows. Like, I believe that guy with ease.
Yeah, I mean, it could be. It could be a lot of things, and that's a problem.
And to me, it's a decent lead, that tattoo there, more so by who it rules out, right? That's what we went over with Nancy Grace that one night. But yeah, if you don't have that kind of sleevish thing on your right arm there, I mean, that's not you on the porch cam. The only alternative would be if it's a temporary tattoo, but I doubt that. So it's good in that way. That can rule people out, but will it be, are you going to be able to find them from that? That's going to be trickier.
Megan, with all this evidence that is speculation, Nancy Grace likes to pump things up quite a bit. So it could be. Yeah, well, I've had my issues with Nancy Grace before.
Oh, boy.
And I was right, by the way. So, when you put something on there like that, what I do like about that, however, is that it is a good possibility. And this guy knows that when somebody gets something on their wrist, then they probably have it on their hand and it probably goes up their arm. So and it takes a while to get those tattoos. So somebody who's doing that could have had that. But again, it's speculation. It's not proof. But I like hearing what that guy had to say. So, here's the problem.
And I mean, if it's real, we're talking about a possible Mexican gang tattoo. And that is one of the things that's been lingering over this case all along, how close she is to the southern border, how sort of professional the kidnapping seemed, got in, got out, got away with it. That's still very much a viable possibility. So easy to cross back over across the border without getting detected. No one's going to.
I mean, if I took her, that's where I'd be going. I wouldn't be going to America where every eyeball would be looking for me and Nancy. You go to Mexico. Remember when Brian went to Mexico? So many people didn't even know who she was. They didn't know to look for her. They didn't know anything. So easily they could have went down there and blended in.
Bother you really at all. So, it's just one of the many things. If that is a Mexican gang tattoo, it
I don't know how he got that from that wrist. I don't know how he came up with that part of it. But I mean, there's a lot of people who get, especially in Arizona, it's like a thing to have a sleeve.
He says black and gray work is a very prevalent style among gangs, Mexican gangs. They like to get black and gray. That's a thing. That's like a style for the gangs. I mean, if you look down at your wrist and you have a black and gray tattoo, you might be in a gang. Also, if you take Waze the wrong way to the airport.
Chad can tell you this. Chad can tell you this as well, is that even that little bit right there, if somebody has been arrested and they have tattoos, they're going to have their tattoos recorded. So there could be a database that recognizes that portion, and somebody just has to put that together.
It's so tiny.
Yeah, but it doesn't take much.
So this is the problem, like here too. So this is one of the things I wanted to mention to you. I didn't know about this, but apparently the FBI is using next generation identification technology, NGI technology, and it's got all sorts of really cool things that they will use, like advanced fingerprint ID, latent and palm prints, and then something called the iris service, And I was like, well, that sounds very promising because you can see this guy's irises. He's got the face mask on, but the irises, that's inside the eyeball. You can see those pretty clearly. And this is an iris image repository within the FBI system. All iris images enrolled in the repository are linked to a 10-print fingerprint record. It has an automated iris search, and that it's used for identification validation at some correctional facilities, to your point of like what they have at the tattoos. Typically, inmates have an image of their iris scanned upon arrival. Then when they're moved or released, staff scan the inmate's eyes again to help ensure that they're moving or releasing the correct person. That's fascinating. And so there's a question about whether this guy's irises could potentially have been helpful here. Back to your friend Nancy, Jonathan. She had on an expert this month who said that yes, this exists, but this would be tough because most of these retinal scans require deeper imaging, and we don't know that we have that of this guy. I'll give that one to you, Chad.
Yeah, obviously, and I don't know enough about this technology. I do know that the Ring doorbell is obviously operating off of some type of IR infrared light, to capture that image. So I don't know if that could affect, if that IR hitting the light, if you're getting some type of glare, bounce back, that's not truly capturing that iris image. I will go back just kind of briefly to the tattoo thing. I think it is interesting and important to note that I agree that I don't know many men who go just get wrist tattoos. I would agree that this is probably a full sleeve. So again, we start diving into databases or getting images out there or questions in the community. Hey, who do we know? Do we know workers or anybody that has full sleeve tattoos that also has that soul patch that we've mentioned before that we saw under his lip? It's starting to kind of that is all part of this investigation. I promise you, building this thing up piece by piece. Nothing kind of gets swept to the side. We've got to use all of the evidence to put to paint this picture here.
What do you make of the possible iris service possibilities, Jonathan? And also, there is, for example, the interstate photo system. That's where they have a repository of all photos received with 10 print transactions. That's the electronic submission of an individual's 10 fingerprints. So anybody who's been fingerprinted, they'll have that. Of course, they'll have facial recognition, which I'm sure they've been trying to use on this guy's face, even though it's covered by the ski mask. I mean, is it possible that this stuff takes longer than 30 days and these are still viable possibilities?
Well, so some of this information in these databases and these systems, these applications that they have.
And Deb, they definitely should have taken the map. There really is no excuse for at least not being safe with it. I mean, why not? Why not be safe and just see? Considering all the blood and the foliage that was in the blood, you got to at least try. But they didn't. They didn't. Brian Etton's assistant walked right up to the front door, maybe even stepped on that mat. I mean, way too soon. Way too soon for this to be happening. I think it was Monday, and this entire thing happened Saturday night into Sunday afternoon. So just way too soon. But please remember to like the video while you're here. Likes are free. And subscribe to the channel if you're not already. Got to try to at least get to 500 likes tonight. I think that's a doable goal.
They can, like, if it's you and I right here and we're playing, they can look at it and say, okay, that's Megyn Kelly, that's Jonathan Gillum, but when you've got part of your face covered, the majority of your face covered, the system may be able to look at it, but it may not be able to say this is absolutely that person. That's like a partial DNA that they get somewhere. They just won't have the ability to match it up. Like Chad was saying, perhaps the IR lighting affects that in some way, shape, or form. But if this individual, and that's the other thing, if they've been scanned before, then like if this individual has been in prison before, then there's a potential that could have been scanned. But also, Megyn, as you know, prisons are government related. And so just because these 10 prisons do it doesn't mean the other 20 do. So you may not have a complete database of everybody who's been in jail. So that's a problem.
It's never as easy as you want it to be. Never.
Right.
Let's keep going because there's a lot of other stuff I want to get to. Yesterday, Maureen and Fitz were suggesting, Maureen in particular thought that one item in the suspect's right pants pocket was a walkie-talkie. We've had the discussion before, but she's convinced that was a walkie-talkie because talk had turned to whether it might be potentially a Wi-Fi jammer. Some of the neighbors were reporting that their Wi-Fi was mysteriously down right around the time that Nancy was taken. It's also come out now, thanks to ABC News, that the cops have retrieved additional images from Nancy's remaining cameras around her home. No moving pictures, but still images, but nothing from the night in question. Law enforcement on her property after the fact, the pool workers prior to, but nothing on the night in question. And so many people said maybe there was a Wi-Fi jammer, but there's a debate about whether that really could be a Wi-Fi jammer that was used that night because it didn't work. We saw images of the suspect at 2:12. Maybe they jammed it at 1:47 when the images.
And again, I don't think it was a signal jammer. I really just think it was a dead zone by Nancy's house in particular. Probably a dead zone all throughout the neighborhood in just different spots. If you know anything about Wi-Fi, there are times and locations where that just is the case. There's cases like that around me where the GPS will stop working. And you're like, what the heck's going on here? You can't roam. So it's a thing. Just depends on the towers, depends on the location.
First went offline. The cameras were said to first go offline, but by 2:12, they were clearly recording some images again. And others said if he had a Wi-Fi jammer that was strong enough to shut down the neighbor's Wi-Fi, you're talking about this like NASA shit. Like that's next level, criminality there. And this guy with his little vegetation over the Ring camera didn't exactly project NASA shit. Okay, so all of this is to get to, is that more likely a walkie-talkie in the pants? And so we talked to them yesterday, Fitz and Maureen, and there was a question raised by Fitz about whether it's not a walkie-talkie, but it's a police scanner. That's interesting because you guys well know that these criminals, wannabe criminals and wannabe cops, often listen to the police scanners for information. And look at this. That's what a police scanner looks like right here on the left. And now I'll show you what the walkie-talkie looks like. A walkie-talkie. It's almost identical. I mean, like we have no idea. We really can't assume this is a walkie-talkie and thus there's an accomplice. They look almost identical, guys. So anybody have any thoughts on what
do you think, chap? Is that a walkie-talkie in the pocket there? Or what is that? It's really hard to say. I can't tell. I do think there was multiple people involved, though. Whether this is a walkie-talkie or not, I think so. It's going to be difficult. It's just going to be difficult, especially if they're pulling out dead weight. And dead weight doesn't mean that she's dead. It could have just been knocked out. Knocked out is still dead weight too. It's not impossible, but it's just difficult. And you're going to struggle a little bit. Even with someone that's only 150 pounds, you're going to struggle if it's dead weight. But chat, what do you think this is?
Likely was inside this suspect's pocket.
Well, let's start with the walkie-talkie aspect. I've said from day one, there's no way, I don't want to say no way. It would be very difficult for this to be a single person operation. Nancy, and I don't mean this in a derogatory way.
I agree with him. I agree with Chad, former SWAT team leader Chad.
Was 84, but she wasn't a very tiny and petite lady. So to have to move someone, whether she moved on her own, she couldn't walk a far distance, more than what they say, 50 feet or 50 yards on her own without having to sit down. So I've always felt like there was a second person involved. So if these people do have a little bit, they're still criminals. Criminals screw up. But if they had some type of training or professionalism behind them, they left their cell phones, all right, and they operated off of two-way radios, that's a possibility. If it is a scanner, which, listen, I know that a lot of criminals use scanners. We had a bank robbery group here in the upstate in the 80s that's what they were doing. They were using scanners and luring law enforcement, to other areas of town. And once they heard that they were on scene there, they'd go rob these banks. So there's a lot of benefit to scanners. What would be interesting is at that time of night, how many 911 calls or how many calls for service or traffic stops did the Pima County Sheriff's Office respond to? Was there radio traffic that could have been picked up on that Ring doorbell during that time? Obviously, Ring doorbells also are operating, you're hearing audio outside as well. So is that something that they could have, downloaded and got from Google too, is, you're hearing that scanner go off. But I'm leaning more, honestly, towards the two-way radios and they're communicating to each other.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, then we are talking about an accomplice. Let me show you the soundbite to which I'm referring here, Jonathan. This is Ted Nearhouse, the security tech consultant, speaking to NBC News about whether this was a Wi-Fi jammer.
Nearhouse says he's skeptical a Wi-Fi jammer was used in Nancy's abduction.
If they turned that thing on when they pulled up, you'd never have any video on any camera. So that's why I don't think anything was jammed.
Now that's interesting because, what they said when they released the timeline in this case, Jonathan, was that at 1:47 a.m., the cameras were brought offline by something. The cameras were at 1:47 somehow brought offline. And then at 2:12, they said image detected. That's how Sheriff Nanos described it. And he said it could have been an animal, and it wasn't until we were all together that one day in the middle of February that Kash Patel released actual images of the bad guy that somehow had been recorded, even though they weren't supposed to be recording, on the Nest Cam found, deep within the Google service. Google owns Nest. So it's never really made perfect sense how the guy seems to have knocked comms offline at 1:47, only for them to still be working at 2:12.
Well, and these are questions that I've had along the way, like when these cameras set for a while.
And again, so detecting someone, to me, that means there was not a jammer, I don't think. And again, that time frame, 1:47 to 2:28, that doesn't mean that they were inside the house that whole time either. It just means 1:47, Nest Cam knocked out, 2:28, pacemaker disconnects. That doesn't mean they were inside the house for 41 minutes. Maybe 10 minutes, maybe 20 minutes, maybe even the majority of the time, but we don't know. The point is that time frame, those two bookcases there, we just don't know what it means.
And there's no activity. Does the camera then shut down to save battery life? Because most of these are on battery. They're not hardwired to the house. So that could have been the case. So, that you have animals or certain things. That night, it was, I looked at the moon cycle. It was a full moon that night. So the camera could have been recording different things that alerted it, and then it just shut down because nothing had alerted it for a while. And then when somebody walked by or approached, like he could have walked by that house before and alerted that camera, and then it shut down, and then he comes in there. So I don't know exactly what the answer is to that, Megan, but I think the scanner part of it, in all my career, I have not seen an individual that's trying to break in somewhere. And I've done some cases where we worked with some very they weren't high profile, but the burglaries that they were committing were very high profile, and they never used a scanner. They didn't use radios in most of those cases. They were just very smart about what they did. They do sometimes use scanners. I've seen scanners used more than I've seen radios used by
the police
criminals.
scanner, you mean?
Yes. And so I'm kind of leaning towards possibly a scanner or, some I was looking up a
scanner makes more sense to me than a jammer. But if you're watching this, 800 and something people watching, got to at least get the 400 here. Help it get the 400 likes. And subscribe to the channel if you're not already. I go live almost every night to talk about true crime and current events. And I use my personal experience with mental health, addiction, being on the autistic spectrum, narcissistic abuse, and narcissistic family systems to give my unique insight and perspective into true crime and current events.
Smart cell phones, if they're still readily available, and what a burner phone looks like. It could have had a phone, but had it turned off. The other thing could have been is a Garmin GPS. If the guy's not familiar with that area, that's about the size of a Garmin GPS, handheld GPS that you would use when you go hiking. And so,
but you're so right, because I feel like, doesn't a police scanner make perfect sense? If you're going into a stranger's home and your plan is to abduct her, or whatever his plan was as he was breaking and entering, you would want to know what the hell the police were. Like, you'd hear it. You're waiting to hear somebody call 911 and hear dispatch send somebody to the home, right? I mean, that's why you would be carrying the scanner.
But the size of that pocket, and I'll tell you this, if you look at that picture, the size of the pocket in that jacket, and I'm kind of familiar with that type of jacket, it's not a super deep pocket. So whatever is sticking out of there does not have a big antenna. You look at the scanner on the left, those typically scanners have a little bit bigger of an antenna on it. The personal handheld radios that you would also buy at Walmart have an antenna that looks like that. And so do the Garmin GPSs. They both have a very small antenna. Typically, the police scanners have a larger antenna so they can reach out further. So that's the only reason why I'm moving away from a potential scanner to a handheld radio, which then would give credence that there's probably more than one person. Or this guy could just be some kind of fruitcake that wants to gear up like a cop and have a radio and a gun and go rob people. So that happens a lot as well. A lot of criminals, for whatever reason, they like to mimic police officers and carry gear and radios while they go and do things. But I don't know. Any of this, here's the most important thing about this. All of this is possible. And but it all leads into certain directions. If he has a radio, then there's a potential he had somebody else. If there's somebody else, there's a potential that they were canvassing areas to rob, or they were focused on her. So you have to look at all these theories, and then you put those different possibilities on a board, and then you see where the evidence fills in. I still think that if she was accidentally killed or killed in lieu of a burglary, or if she was abducted and they didn't know what to do with her, her body is somewhere within 2 hours of that house. And I just don't see the outer perimeter sheriffs involved. I haven't heard anything about any other sheriffs or police departments involved in their areas looking at canvassing areas where she could have been dumped, and not having the ability to bring other people in and search, because the sheriff is a problem. That there needs to be a broader search other than just 5 miles from her house.
Yeah. It's one thing, Chad, to be a control freak if you're amazing at your job in solving crime. It's quite another to have that quality when you're a bumbler who has a sketchy past when it comes to your law enforcement days, and who, as you point out, doesn't have the confidence of any of the people working underneath you. It's not so great to have a control freak in that setting. You need somebody to help him out. You need another pair of eyes. And it looks like all I've heard is frustration from the FBI at the stiff arm that this guy's been getting them. Let's talk about what's really happening right now. New data shows that financial stress is at an all-time high for some. Many Americans are at a breaking point. Debt maxed out, no extra money, no room to breathe. Go to donewithdebt.com. That's donewithdebt.com. Spring call that we had heard law enforcement had been asking the locals for video, of course, of the night Nancy went missing, but also of January 11th. And there was a report of a white van seen in the neighborhood on that date. And possibly of a guy, at least one neighbor described a guy who didn't look like he fit in the neighborhood walking on that date. So they were asking for that too. Well, Brian's now reporting that according to one of Nancy's neighbors, they're also, FBI are especially interested in January 24th, which is 8 days before Nancy went missing, the Saturday before. They're looking for video from both dates. So that's also interesting, January 24th. I mean, all of this tells you what, Chad, about the state of the investigation?
To me, it tells me they're grasping at straws, is what it tells me. It tells me they don't really have much going on. It tells me they're trying to grasp onto anything that might even seem relevant in the slightest, but it hasn't been. And that's why, why even go about testing that glove a mile and a half down the road anyway? Considering how many gloves are over there, it's like you're really reaching with that. So I just don't think they have much. What do you think, chat? What do you think the state of the investigation is?
Well, as of about 2 hours ago, Megan, I can report from a very, very reliable source that is boots on the ground there that the FBI and the Pima County Sheriff's Office have no leads, no solid suspects.
What?
And I didn't watch this yet, but that does not surprise me at all. No leads, no suspects. I mean, and considering what we're seeing, makes sense. It's a stone cold whodunit, as they would say in The Wire.
What?
And this is from someone boots on the ground that I trust. All right. They have no solid leads. I can also report that it has been confirmed this morning, and I'm sure we all assume this, that every family member passed polygraphs with flying colors. So what does this other date have in mind? Probably tells me that there was just some images or some type of electronic evidence that's kind of pushing them to try to dive into that date a little bit more. But that is a conversation
That's huge,
that I
though.
had.
That information is
It
huge.
is.
So then that means, I mean, I know some people don't believe in the polygraphs. I do. But if that's true, then we can move on from the brother-in-law and the sister. And it kind of sheds a little more light on the sheriff's statement to NBC that he's had a theory about this case from the beginning, and he hasn't.
All right. CPP, Mama, thank you so much for the super sticker. Greatly appreciated. I'm grateful for all the support I get on the channel here. We have an awesome flock of black sheep. So if you're watching, come in here and say hello. Got a good group of people here. Supportive, encouraging, etc. Thank you again, CPP.
Nothing has moved him off his theory, and that he does believe he knows the motivation for the crime. And in the interim between that first day and now, where he says his theory hasn't changed, he did say that the family had been ruled out. He then kind of begged off of it because, of course, they don't have anybody in custody. So I'm not sure you can say anybody's been totally ruled out. But that's very interesting. I want to play for you the sheriff's comment to NBC News just days ago on how he's saying, contrary to what you're saying, that he thinks he knows the motive, which would be a lead. But you tell me. Here he is.
There is something that's come out in the investigation that gives you a sense of motive here and why this person did this?
You know, I think it's come out from day one. I think from day one, we had some strong beliefs about what happened, and those beliefs haven't diminished.
Do you believe it was a burglary gone wrong?
I'm not going to get into those theories. We have our beliefs.
They have beliefs from day one, and they haven't changed. But what are those beliefs? I mean, the way he even says things, he kind of talks himself into a corner where it's like, if you're not going to tell us, what are you even doing here? Why are you doing all these interviews?
Everybody else has theirs.
Nanos says he's intentionally withholding their theory and other details in the case, citing the integrity of the investigation.
But you're saying, Chad, no leads?
You can have a theory. Let me correct the way he worded it. No suspects. All right. You can have leads without suspects, obviously, and that's what they're doing. That's why they keep going back to these residences and these houses and following up with neighbors over and over again. I agree. They're probably on to some type of theory, but we still don't have a suspect.
This is like amazing. But if that's true, so are you revising what you were told from no leads to no suspects?
The way he worded it is the FBI has no suspects.
Well, I mean, I guess I'm not shocked to hear that, but like that doesn't bode well in terms of, like if you look back at the Brian Kohlberger case, it took 48 days or something like that to nab him, but they had a suspect for, a good chunk of that last portion there, Jonathan. It wasn't bupkis. Like they'd been working leads. They had found the knife sheath. They knew the car that the suspect had been driving. They were going through meticulously all the records of the white Hyundai Elantras of certain years. It sounds like none of that's happening here. It sounds like, if Chad's right, it sounds like there isn't some special sauce of hot leads they've been pursuing that they're not just sharing with the public and we're days away from getting an arrest. It sounds like it is as cold and unsatisfying as many of us have feared.
Right. And so no suspects does not mean that there's no theories, of course. And, this is criminology. So rarely do we get and
again, a charitable interpretation would be they just don't want to share what they have. Maybe they do. And they don't want the suspect to get savvy and then run away or something. But I don't get the impression that's what's going on here.
Evolution in tactics by criminals. So criminals fall into like everything else. Everybody goes to the grocery store at the same time. You put something out online, and next thing you know, everybody's wearing that clothing, that article of clothing, or watching that TV show. So criminals are very similar. They develop tactics, because these people are not rocket scientists typically. They develop tactics that criminals will gravitate towards. And so there's probably just a handful of possibilities that motivated this individual to go in and do this. And so when you narrow down those possibilities, you can then start looking for specific evidence of what has occurred. And so there's statistics. You can throw that in there and say, this is typically what motivated an individual to do this. This is typically how it was carried out by statistics. And then you add in those other theories and possibilities, and you'll start to get very definitive avenues of investigation. And so that this is the way this is the science behind investigations. And then you'll get, I believe probably one of the reasons why they're asking for information for those dates is because they either talked to some of the neighbors who said, we think this occurred on this day. We may have heard this or saw this. And so they'll go back and they'll look at video footage that people give on those dates to try to discover if there's any other evidence of leads. Again, on the date that you're talking about at the end of January, it was already starting about, I think you said 8 days before. So that would be moving towards a full moon. So it's starting to get brighter, which means, and in Arizona, when it's a full moon at night, which it was on February 1st, it is like a street light on outside. It's pretty bright if the moon is up. And I think you can see the difference in the videos that they show from the night that Nancy was abducted or removed from her house. And you can see the picture that was taken, we believe, somewhere in January, that it's much darker. And so they may be looking to see anybody has video footage if information comes in for those dates, and then be able to enhance that video from that point forward. But
this just in from our friend online, Nerdy Addict, who's had some good scoops in this case, parlaying off of the Brian Enton report that the police are asking residents and neighbors of Nancy about January 24th as a date of interest and possible video that they may have. The Nerdy pointing out that there is footage that drew little attention earlier in this case of somebody, he seems to be like peering through windows and kind of walking around, but
So what is this footage from? An Arizona Wildcat there, Matt? I haven't seen much of this from this ring cam, have you? 1/23/2026. 4:19 Mountain Standard Time.
He's reporting that this drew little attention as the individual appears to be black. And we do not believe that the suspect on Nancy's porch was black, though, to be honest, it's kind of hard to tell. But saying that ring posts from neighbors describe this man, or somebody who looks like this man we're showing now, around 4 a.m. on January 24th, peering through windows and attempting to open doors at their homes. So this video...
So why does it say 1/23 if it's 1/24? Why is it saying January 23rd if it's January 24th?
Suggesting, Nerdy here is suggesting that this is video from January 24th, that it's somebody peering through windows and attempting to open doors at homes, and that it comes from ring cameras, it's labeled ring, in the area, but the individual appears to be black, and the guy on the porch...
And not hiding their face, Megan. This individual is not hiding anything about themselves. There's fingerprints everywhere. So I just don't think I think this is showing you how many people are out there, walking about and looking in people's homes and cars in the middle of the night. It's pretty profound how many people are out there doing this.
Scary.
That's what that tells me. Yeah.
And also the carefulness of law enforcement, whatever, I mean, now at least, or the FBI, in trying to go track down every lead, Chad, like they don't think this is the guy, he's black. We think the perp is Hispanic or white, but might as well, right? Like if they have no leads, if they have no suspects, might as well go back to that Mexican restaurant where Savannah and Annie and Nancy had the margaritas and ask, did anybody linger? Did anybody have some sort of an angry fit? I don't know. Like that to me just seems like responsible police work and nothing to get excited about. But what's your take?
Well, I think it leads to the integrity of the investigation, that no stone will go unturned, that we are following up on any type of lead. Listen, go and find out. Hopefully by now they've interviewed this guy that was just on that video. I mean, is it possible that you dot your I's and cross your T's and make sure he wasn't the second person that we are, discussing? There's likely a second person involved. Could it have been him? I agree with what Jim's saying. I do not think he is involved. I also was you could see I was trying to see if we saw any tattoos lurking out the bottom of that sleeve of his, which I unfortunately wasn't able to see through that video.
And yeah, that's what I was looking for too. I was looking for tattoos. He looked like a different body type though. A little taller, I think.
But I think that at some point you just got to start over. You got to start over, and we got to start from day one again. And we've got to start going through every piece of information, every tip that's come in, tip by tip. Because is it possible? Look, Megan, you and I look at some of these tips and dismiss them. We slide them over to Jim's desk, and he comes back behind us and looks, and he picks up on something that we missed. That happens all the time. That's called good investigative skills, good police work.
That's what they need to do. They need to call.
Mayor, that's the joke. There's a gingerbread cookie that has one of its legs missing. And he says, I lost it in Nom, N-O-M.
Jonathan and you and Fitz and Maureen and say, and our pal James, and say, we need fresh eyes. We need somebody to start anew, because if the non-fresh eyes haven't gotten us anywhere, that's a problem.
That's why investigations are often solved by people who inherit the case, not the actual primary and original investigators, because they come in and they just have a fresh look. And when they go back, the other problem is when somebody is investigating and if they're not cataloging the evidence and the leads and then clearing those things properly, this is a huge part of investigating that most people overlook. I think the two biggest things that ruin an investigation is, first and foremost, crime scene degradation. When people go in and trample the scene or release the scene too soon, right? That messes up a tremendous amount of evidence. Which happened here. Right. And then the other thing is, are the leads being cataloged properly and then cleared? Because what will happen, and evidence as it comes in, the same, cataloged and stored. And what we see is that often when these cases develop, they're not being, the leads coming in are being put in a book, or they're just handed to somebody and say, go clear this. And so they either are redundant in clearing the same leads multiple times, or they just never get cleared. And then when they have evidence, I mean, how many times we've seen where they don't know where, the underwear from the victim is located. They can't find it anymore, right? So that's because they don't have experience cataloging and storing evidence. So I think when we look at this, the way that this is handled, we would probably find a lot of that information.
Yesterday, we played a soundbite from the sheriff saying, you are not safe. You should be wary if you're in this neighborhood. Keep your eyes and ears open, which is 180 from what he said in the beginning, saying this was targeted and there's really no reason to worry. And now he's like, oh, if you think it's just Nancy Guthrie, think again. You should, okay, what? All right, what? And sure enough, all of this, what looks like incompetence from the outside, is taking its toll on the neighbors. Can you imagine being these poor neighbors with, of course, the media was camped out there nonstop, and the law enforcement keeps coming back, and they're going door to door, both the Pima County Sheriff's Department and the FBI now too, knocking on every single door again and again and again, and the ring cam or the Nest cam, and this date, and now also this other date. Oh, and now there's a third date, and please go back and check again. I mean, I'm sure these neighbors, and plus they have to worry about living there. Here is Brian Enton spoke with a gal named Aldine, I think it is. And listen to this person describe, this is on March 9th, how the neighborhood has changed.
It's interesting, no one's ring cameras work in this neighborhood, it seems like.
Well, it's such a safe neighborhood.
Yeah.
Honestly,
And by the way, does this woman not look like a younger version of the Coldplay Kiss Cam scandal woman? It's this is her little sister.
half the time we used to not lock our doors. We do now. Now we have cameras and things like that. But no, yeah, I've never even had a package stolen. ever in 23 years. So
it really is one of those, because I heard some people say, oh yeah, it's like one of those places you wouldn't lock your doors, but you really did.
yeah, we really didn't. Yeah, we really didn't. I mean, I had 3 teenagers wandering around here, and yeah, I'd come home and the back door would be wide open. I'm like, who is that? So yeah, never a problem, ever.
And now
that tells me very quickly is that that neighborhood, which there's a lot of those neighborhoods here in Arizona that are very dark at night, and because they don't want the ambient light getting out there and ruining their scene. And so it's very dark and removed. You're not just right off the freeway into that neighborhood. You have to travel a little bit to get to that neighborhood. So the way she's describing that neighborhood is that it's gone for a long time without any robberies or any worries. So that tells me either somebody who is a burglar keyed in on that neighborhood, or Nancy was targeted because nothing ever happens in that neighborhood. And what we do find, statistics show, is how in these sleepy towns or these sleepy neighborhoods where they say nothing ever happens here and we're shocked by this murder or this mystery, it is typically related to somebody who is related to that person or who met them along the way and targeted them.
Mm-hmm. Well, I mean, I have to say, given all the...
And generally, right. Look at the Corey Richens case we went over yesterday. I mean, when a spouse dies, what is the percentage chance that it's the other spouse that did it? I would like to see the numbers on that. But especially when there's a life insurance policy taken out against their knowledge and they're cheating, I wonder what that makes the percentage to go up to. Probably pretty damn high, if I had to guess.
Video we've seen of peeping Toms and sketchy characters clearly trying to break into homes, or at least peek into homes, you know, between the Nancy abduction and today. I'm not sure Aldine is correct about how safe that neighborhood is, even separate and apart from Nancy. Sometimes you have the illusion of safety, and then an event like this comes out and you get everybody's Ring camera and you realize, oh my gosh, what was I thinking? You know, what was I doing? Especially living in a place that's as dark as this neighborhood is. You know, like my neighborhood, thankfully, we've got street lamps and a lot of them, and everybody's got their lights on in their home, especially now.
The thing about Arizona, though,
never
also,
assume.
Megan, is that you will have a neighborhood where, you know, $1 million homes, and nothing ever happens there. And Scottsdale's like this. You go down the road like 5 minutes, and all of a sudden you're in one of the worst places in Phoenix.
Well, by the way, the Coldplay Jumbotron girl, she actually is coming out to kind of like rewrite the story there a little bit, what it's like being ridiculed on social media. And there's a couple articles about her in magazines now. It's like, from the woman's perspective. Granted, most of the hate went towards the dude in that, so I thought. But she's here doing this now. I kind of thought she should just let it go. Just let it go. Let it fade. That's sort of how the Phillies woman in that baseball game, she let it fade. And besides me just saying it, no one's talking about it, right?
But the crime doesn't exactly bleed over into that area. It pretty much stays safe the whole time. So this just shows
That's how
me
it was when I
that
lived in Baltimore too.
Sure. That individual went into that neighborhood because they either discovered that place as a target, or they were targeting Nancy and her home in particular. And because we don't hear any evidence, we haven't heard any testimony or Ring camera or any cameras of an individual approaching any other home. We just have not seen that. And if the FBI has it, they haven't made it known. So that tells me that they were keyed in on that home for whatever reason.
Yeah. I mean, do we have...
By the way, we're creeping up on 500 likes here. Likes will help Sheriff Nanos get recalled. Maybe he'll resign. Not that it matters anymore. But likes also help Shadow the Night Owl. He's my spirit animal, along with Swift the Fox. Swift the Fox from David the Gnome, of course. And please subscribe to the channel if you're not already.
A theory we like, right? Because it's like the sheriff saying I had a theory and my theory's only grown and I'm like feeling good about my theory. To me, that suggests that it's not the family, which dovetails well with Chad's information that they all passed polygraphs and passed them with flying colors. And it also suggests to me that it might not be a kidnapper because I don't know. I feel like we've moved off of that since those ransom demands kind of fell apart. Like, I can't imagine that theory being your original theory that only grew. Now, if your original theory is a burglary gone bad, and maybe the sheriff knows something we don't know, Chad, about something that was stolen from inside the house, or some things, could be more than one thing that was stolen, other than Nancy, that is, that's something that could have been the original theory and that has only grown since then.
Yeah, I still go back. The biggest confusion through all of this is why take her? That's what I'm struggling with. If this was a burglary gone bad, why take her? I think I mentioned this a few weeks ago, Megan. It's not like you can take her out and Jim, you're out there, but the idea that you're going to just take her miles down the road in the desert with a couple of shovels, like I would assume that the terrain and the dirt is much more firm and hard. You're not just going to dig a 6-foot hole and put her in. Going back to the idea that this is possibly like a cartel type thing with the tattoos, that's just so freaking risky. Like, what cartel is going to come up, kidnap her, take her back across the border, knowing that if it is discovered and the agencies that we have working, the FBI, other 3-letter agencies that I'm sure are involved, and they find out that the cartel down in Mexico has her, I promise you, Donald Trump will wipe that entire city off the map if they find that out. So the whole thing, everything, and I think this is the hard part for most viewers, and even myself as a former law enforcement officer here, is every single one of these theories is possible. Every single one is possible. I am still leaning towards this was a 2-man show, that it was an intended, that they picked this for a reason. I do not know why. I don't believe that it was truly because of who Savannah was, but I do believe it was targeted. I do believe that it was 2 people that did this, and that's where I kind of have to stop until we get a little bit more information or see some more of these images from the back door. I don't know why the sheriff or the FBI, unless there's something really damning at that back door, I wish we were getting a little bit more information on what they saw, what the forced entry in the back door looked like.
Mm-hmm.
Let me give you an example of how investigators see different things. And Chad and I have been given the same information, but I see it differently than Chad. Doesn't mean I see it better. I see it differently. I see that this individual was caught on camera, we know, at least once before, and there's no sign that anybody else was there that time either. So I don't see proof that somebody else was involved. Doesn't mean that they weren't. But my lead theory would be that somehow he keyed in on this house, or like, for instance, if he did work on the house previously, and so he may know what is in and around that. He may have met her and got a sense that she's wealthy. Or he may have seen a show and found out that comes from a wealthy daughter. So have it. And I think that this individual cased that home, and then eventually on February 1st decided to go in and burglarize the phone or the home. And
only burglarize by the technical definition of the term, not to take things. Like they always say, if you're going during the day, you're there to take things. If you go at night, you're there to take the person who's there. I fully believe that.
Something occurred in there where he had to remove her. Now, we do see in a lot of these types of cases where they remove a person, but they don't kill them immediately, but they don't know what to do with them afterwards. And so then they kill them, keep them in their car, and then dispose of them later, days later in a totally different area. And the same thing, if he killed her inside or injured her bad enough, he wouldn't want to leave evidence, most likely. I mean, the guy went out of his way not to leave any evidence of who he was. So I see it as a good possibility that whether he killed her there, or whether it was, and that was his purpose, or something happened when he removed her, I just see that the possibility of him working with somebody else, based on what we know, is probably less likely, but he definitely was around that house twice before by himself.
So you think, Jonathan, maybe in trying to rob her or burglarize her home, they had an altercation. Possibly she scratched him. She had his DNA or something, but like that he didn't intend to take her. He took her because something happened inside the house that led him to believe she had to go.
Yeah, I saw something that was very interesting the other day. I don't remember who reported it, but they said that when they were there almost immediately after this, or when media started to show up, and they saw that there were 2 drag marks that were going through the gravel that were not tires. And I thought that was very interesting because if she was incapacitated and either dead, so she wasn't bleeding profusely, because even if you shoot someone, if they're dead, the bleeding is going to stop pretty quick. So there may be splatter and there may be a mess inside, but as you pull them out of there, it's not like you're going to, unless there is massive wounds where there's blood exposed, just a gunshot may not, it may be internal, so the bleeding. So, but after the heart stops pumping, the massive bleeding stops. So she could have been drugged out of that house into a waiting vehicle and then sped off. So there's a possibility of that. Both of these are good, I think, theories that could be looked at. But again, the way this sheriff does things makes about as much sense as the way the word sheriff is spelled. You know, you put 2 F's at the end instead of 2 R's in the middle. It never made any sense to me. So that's the way this sheriff thinks.
It's true, like dessert in the Caribbean. All these things raise questions. You want to weigh in, Chad?
No, I just had a question, and obviously, Jonathan coming from the federal side, and Jonathan, some of the stuff we for operational security.
Yeah, the pacemaker keeps on working whether it's disconnected from the transmitter or not. The only thing that changes is it's not sending the information anymore. That's what that means. But the pacemaker still works.
We might not even be able to discuss, but something that I was thinking is, do we not have, does any of these agencies not have the capabilities? We have satellites all over. Is there not the capability? I know we're kind of treading on some Patriot Act stuff here probably, but is there not the ability to pull satellite images real time from that area? I don't know if the technology's out there or not.
Well, I'm sure, Joe, there's definitely satellites that could pull real-time video of those areas, but there's not enough satellites where they're just constantly scanning areas. And you're talking about satellites that are predominantly owned by intelligence services and Department of Defense. The Sheriff's Department doesn't have one. The FBI wouldn't have a satellite up there. They communicate and work things out like interagencies typically would. But so I don't think that you would be able to get anything there. But I would say that, and this may have already, the time lapse for this may have already expired, but they could have put up drones or helicopters that have the ability to look at different type of imaging, heat seeking, and then also looking for buzzards. As crazy as that sounds, I mean, we got no notification of anybody out there searching in this way, shape, or form. And that's why when people say we want to put together a posse and go out there and search, you say, all right, but let's do it in a coordinated fashion. And then because they could go out there and say, and this has happened numerous times where searchers see a bunch of birds circling and they say, let's go look over there. And sure enough, they find something.
Yeah. And Maureen has been talking about how she's worked scenes where they will be told to examine the animal scat because animals can't digest things like bones and hair, and they'll find clues sometimes. It seems like none of that really thorough work has been done, though, again, we are speculating because we don't actually know. The odds of this sheriff having been that thorough seems slim. Keep going.
There's limited amount of time also, Megan. It's not like animals eat anything any day that they see on the ground. There's very specific times in which the bugs will go there. Certain animals will partake in that body. and then the scavengers after that. And after that, there's really, it's on the micro level where stuff is tearing away the body. So there's very specific times from the point of death that any of these animals or bugs will get involved in this. So, if you know what you're looking for, if it's been 5 days, it may not be buzzards. It may be, rodents. And so you tend to look for certain things on certain days. I'm not saying that's the dates, but you see where I'm going with this.
No, but all he kept doing was turning down help, just turning
Turning
down
down help.
search offer after search offer. We never saw the civilian, masses go out there hand in hand and do the grid search that we've seen in so many other cases where
And they
there's
were
a missing
waiting.
person. Yeah.
The Cajun
I
Navy
don't-
was waiting.
They wanted to do that.
I'm sure
Yeah.
EquiSearch offered too. They always come in and offer.
Yep.
And there was a report that they did here too. I'm sure the local citizenry offered to help. I'm sure every single one of Nancy's neighbors,
The
would have been
ladies
glad.
from Mexico.
The ladies from
ladies
Mexico,
from
which
Mexico.
who are that's the real deal. Like that's nothing
Yeah.
to trifle with. Said no to it all. I'm starting to think the sheriff did it. I mean, it's like, why would you
Does
say
he have a
no?
relationship with her?
Right? Like let's dig deep on that one. We're being
Yeah.
facetious, but I mean, it's a mystery. Remains a mystery. Guys, thank you both so much. To be continued.
All right. That's Megyn Kelly. And that's the end of Megyn Kelly, honestly, for now. The voice of an angel that liked Andrew Wilson and Megyn Kelly. Goodness gracious. Jimmy Ackhouse, have a great night. Thanks for joining us. Yeah, we went over a little bit about it yesterday. Doc S is right. Doc S, come up with some questions. I'm going to watch the Chris Williamson video with him again because he was on Chris Williamson. There's been several people I've interviewed that have also been on Chris Williamson. The guy from Man Talks, Connor Beaton. Dr. Salerno now. Who else? No More Mr. Nice Guy, Dr. Robert Glover. People Displeaser, Nick Pollard. Several. We got some overlap going on. AB, welcome. Do they have like the spotlights on helicopters? Do they make any black light? I'm sure they pulled it out if they could. Yes, while you're here, please remember to like the video. We're trying to get to 500. We'll see if it works. Kat was like, yes, my ex, I thought every rose has its thorn. Almost there, Jennifer. That's right. Thank you, Tim. Like I said, we'll be going on to other cases soon, too. Thank you very much, Teresa. Sarah. So one will be the OnlyFans case, the Courtney, I guess her name is. Courtney Cletchens. Where'd I have it? Courtney Clenny. Excuse me. I mean, Nick Reiner case is coming up. Michael McKee case is coming up. We'll have to see what else, though. We'll have to see what's going to be interesting. I've seen the guy that we talked about yesterday, JD, Ask a Lawyer. He's going over the insulin case. And maybe we should do some court stuff and go over it as we go and observe the lawyers, prosecution, defense, go over narcissistic tactics as we see them, which would be interesting, I think. Same time, D, 10 p.m. Eastern. 10 p.m. Eastern. Yeah, Kelly Simon, welcome. Yeah, he helped his buddy Tommaso make it look like a kidnapping. It's possible. I mean, I'm not ruling it out. I'm not saying definitely, but I'm not ruling it out either. Missing student in Spain. Yeah, let me know your case ideas, folks, because ultimately it's about what people are going to find interesting too. So we didn't get into the Richens case until after the verdict, so we didn't get to build the anticipation. Could you imagine the anticipation if something big happens in the Guthrie case, how big that would be? But they're losing the public's attention right now. That's right, Rooster. Charlie Kirk case would be a good one. Never, cat. Ignoring the cat's shenanigans. Because the cat's the only cat that knows how to swing. Cover the cold case of JonBenet Ramsey. I don't know that much about it. I know what people's theories are, but I don't know that much. I think it's in the summertime, Dana. I mean, a lot of people think Tyler is a patsy. That's right, Mayor. Mayor, who has a toddler, she knows. It's back when the old Disney movies used to have some mild racism. That one was about the Chinese and the cat. That's what they say, Miss Kim, right? Fortune cookie always wrong? The Afro Man case. Interesting. I don't know much about that one either. Well, I mean, Peter Pan had What Makes the Red Man Red. They actually have a warning on the old school Peter Pan. Sensitive subject matter for new age audiences. That's right, Mayor. You know the one. I loved it. That's what they say, Fat Rat. You know, Fat Rat, it never likes me playing or typing your name in the comments. I would have to say @Fat Rat. Because we can't say Fat Rat. I think they think it's inappropriate. RSAT, I agree with you. It was certainly not a burglary gone wrong. I think everyone's trying to relate things to the Epstein files. But guess what? Sometimes it's true. Other times it's not. And that's Lady and the Tramp, Sarah. I have a lot of Disney knowledge. Yeah, I mean, YouTube censors me in my own chat. And today I'm disappointed because I banned somebody that I shouldn't have banned. But then I did ban the right person too. Because sometimes you click and the chat moves. And so you click and you ban the wrong person. I got to give myself a demerit for that. You sing that blues song about him, Cat? You should sing that song with the dog. He's a tramp, but we love him. That'd actually be a good one for you to cover, Cat. Do that. Aircon? No, I do not, Cat. Or Cat, Crob. Okay, well, let me know what your new name will be there, Fat Rat 88. Cat's like, he's a tramp, but we love him. I want to think about it. Cat sounds like she wants to hear more Megyn Kelly and Andrew Wilson, actually. It's like, I'll think about it. Wow. I'll think about getting more Megyn Kelly up on the screen, too. Let's see. You walked right into that one, Cat. What can I say? So, yeah, come up with some questions tomorrow for Dr. Salerno. For those of you who don't know Dr. Salerno, he emphasizes more of the genetic component of narcissism. Gets him a lot of hate. But I do think it's correct. I mean, there has to be that startup material there, in my opinion. That's actually a pretty cool tattoo idea, D. With Tony. Because he goes, dogs don't talk. He's like, he's a talking to me. FBI checking for evidence. Tommaso called someone. Then Annie said, "You said it wouldn't go this far." FBI knows he told her money overseas, $5 million, and boom, she's gone. They killed her. Might be. Well, where did you hear any of this, Kelly? Is that just a speculation? And Dana, yes, that is the danger. Some people will say everyone's a narcissist, but here's the thing. A narcissist for real is much worse. They're much darker and sinister and abusive. A little bit of immaturity is not the same as a narcissist. But again, I've gone over this too. When you teach people about anything, some people are going to mess it up. Some people are going to misuse some terms. So some people are going to misuse the word narcissist. It happens. But that doesn't mean I'm going to stop talking about it. All I can do is try to be as accurate, clear, and concise as possible. That's all I can do. That's my duty. My duty is to be clear and concise and to be accurate as possible. That's correct, Kat. Malicious indeed. But even amongst the professionals, mind you, there's a lot of mixed opinions. There's disagreements amongst professionals, hence the Dr. Salerno, Dr. Eatonson debate. So there's a couple different schools of thought. And that's the thing with social sciences. It's not like math, where there's a right and wrong answer. It's not that cut and dry. Social sciences can be a little more gray. There you go. I like a good old Disney arm. Warm and wet sounds a little bit inappropriate, Miss Kim. Exercise that block button, Jeannie. Bless and release. Rooster, women like the men that are still young at heart. I'm pretty close to there, Jeannie, and I get it. Well, you gotta be, D. I have a responsibility to not disseminate misinformation. Ah, Danielle from hell. I thought you were going to have a sixth sense moment that you were going to see Maureen, but you did not. That was hours ago now, 3 hours ago. Oh, well. You can check it again in the beginning. But glad you popped by, Danielle. You're in time to like the video, which is great. And also, Danielle, Dr. Salerno's tomorrow night, 10 p.m. Eastern. So think about anything you would like to ask him. Because I've recorded a bunch of the interviews in a row with him. So to do something different, we'll go over some stuff. We might go over a video or two. We'll see. We'll see how it goes. Because a lot of my people now like true crime. I don't know how many of my true crime people would be into Salerno, but I guess we'll see. I guess we shall see. Nothing like a good chat without some serial references. 15 degrees Celsius, huh? I like wheat checks because I don't like sugar stuff anymore. I'd love Cinnamon Toast Crunch, Kellogg's Frosted Flakes, Reese's Puffs. They're like candy cereals, honestly, though. Those candy cereals, gotta love them. Oh, sorry to hear that, Danielle. Was it because of health or something else? People are here to talk it out if you want. So I like plain stuff, Mayor. So I like wheat checks. Shredded wheats with the pink sugar on one side. I like those too. Yeah, there's a bunch of checks. There's wheat checks, rice checks, corn checks. Yeah, a couple days ago. Sometimes life has a way of coming at you, right? And no matter what you do, there's going to be some bad days out there. That happens. There you go. Checks all the boxes. See, you have a career in advertising and marketing, Mayor. They'd love you. Ah, what's your breakfast food, Cat? Muffins, tea, bagels, eggs, sausage, pancakes, yogurt? Yeah, you're a yogurt girl, aren't you? You're a yogurt girl. Mayor. I got a couple dad jokes. I pulled out a dad joke the other day. That's right, Rooster. How many of you watching still haven't hit the like button? You got this. A boiled eggs. I've eaten a lot of boiled eggs lately. Ah, see, I knew it. I knew it. They got probiotic yogurt now too, which is pretty good. How about cinnamon toast crunch? French toast? Egg in a hole? Eggy in a basket, like they say in V for Vendetta? It's pretty cool. But all right. 42 more likes. I don't know if we're going to get there. I'm a big oatmeal fan. Oatmeal cookies are some of my favorite as well. It's a cereal kind of day. Serial killers and cereal. I was hearing something about the guy that invented the term serial killer. There was a guy that interviewed Ted Bundy, Jeffrey Dahmer, and a few others. I'm not sure what that definition of serial is with an S. Couldn't tell you. Let's see here. Huh. Dr. Grande went over Richens too. Ah, Animal. You remind me of a Def Leppard song. Animal. Ah, there you go. George with the dictionary knowledge. I like it. Let's go see what Dr. Grande has to say about the Richens video before we close it out here. I'll give myself a chance to hit 500.
He was 8 years old. Hello, this is Dr. Grande. Today, I will offer an update on the case of Corey Richens. First, I'll look at the background of this case, move to the timeline of the crime, then offer my analysis. Corey Darden Richens was born on April 20, 1990, and lived in Utah. She earned a master's degree from Utah State University and worked as a cashier at a Home Depot store. In 2009, Corey became romantically involved with a contractor who frequently visited the store, named Eric Richens. He was 8 years older than her. Eric started a masonry business. He was 50% owner. He was extremely successful. Corey and Eric lived in a 4,800 square foot house on West Willow Court in Camas, Utah, about an hour east of Salt Lake City. The couple had a son together and made plans to get married. Eric and Corey signed a prenuptial agreement, which meant that if they divorced, Eric would keep his ownership interest in his business. If Eric died during the marriage, however, Corey would get it. This created a powerful incentive to commit murder, which was a novel but unintended feature of the agreement. The couple married on June 15, 2013, and went on to have 2 more sons. In 2019, Corey started a real estate business, which included flipping houses. She did not have the same success as her husband in business.
And I wonder what the red flags would have been in their relationship. If we were to observe it through the narcissistic lens, what would we have seen? I don't know. I mean, maybe there's probably things that the testimony said, witnesses said, family members, but I just didn't hear it.
Corey had no idea how to run a business like this and struggled financially. Allegedly, she forged Eric's signature multiple times to obtain money to fund her enterprise. In October 2020, Eric established a trust and placed his estate under the control of his sister. He did not tell his wife about this. Sometime around 2021, Corey started having an affair with a man named Josh Grossman. She wanted to leave her husband Eric to be with him, but did not want to leave Eric's money. By March 2022, Corey's real estate business was in serious financial trouble. She was over $7 million in debt and had taken out multiple short-term loans with extremely high interest rates. Despite her massive money problems, Corey had big plans for the future. She was going to buy an unfinished 22,800 square foot mansion at 106 North Legacy Way in Heber City.
Got to remember to like this video. 700 people still here. 49 of you or whatever it is, like the video. You're here. I see you. I'm like the eye of Sauron. I see you.
Utah. The property also featured a 3,000 square foot guest house. Corey planned on making the mansion an event center and renting it for $12,000 to $15,000 a day, as she and her lover Josh lived together in the guest house. Her husband Eric opposed the purchase of the property, which is sometimes referred to as the Midway Mansion. Now moving to the timeline of the crime. On March 4, 2022, at 3:22 a.m., Corey Richens called 911 and reported that her husband was unresponsive. When the police arrived, they found Eric dead on the floor at the foot of his bed. Here is the story that Corey supplied to the police. On March 3 at 9 p.m., a little over 6 hours earlier.
And on a side note, it just seems so ridiculous that she would jump to this anyway. It's like, you need to kill him? Why not just get a divorce? Because you wanted the extra money too? Is that really all it was? I guess. I mean, when you have a distorted way of seeing the world, maybe you think, well, killing him's not that big of a deal if I can find a way to get those millions. Looking at her here too, like, she doesn't necessarily look like she has crazy eyes or like no empathy face either. At least here. That's what's tricky about this. Now, in court, you can definitely see she looks colder. But here, I mean, you'd be tempted to think she just looks like a warm, sweet person here.
Corey and Eric consumed alcohol to celebrate the upcoming purchase of the Midway Mansion. In the kitchen, Corey prepared Eric a drink.
Mayor with a very important message. Mayor says, everyone like this video. Thank you very much for the super chat, Mayor. And more importantly, for that important message. So we're coming down the home stretch to 500. Thank you so much, Mayor. I'm glad your child went back to sleep so you can watch us here, which is great.
Called a Moscow Mule, which is a cocktail made of vodka, ginger beer, and lime juice. She brought the drink to the bedroom and Eric consumed it. Not long after going to bed, Corey visited the bedroom of one of her sons because he was having night terrors. She decided to sleep in that room. At about 3 a.m., Corey woke up and walked to the bedroom where Eric was sleeping. She realized that he was cold to the touch and called 911. Here is what the police found during the course of their investigation. Eric died from a fentanyl overdose. He had about 5 times the lethal dose in his system. The drug was not medical grade. Rather, the fentanyl had been illegally obtained. Corey claimed she left her cell phone plugged in next to her bed and did not take it with her when she walked into her son's room. The next time she used it was to call 911 after finding Eric cold to the touch. An analysis of the cell phone data revealed that during the time when Corey claimed to be in her son's room, her phone locked and unlocked several times, moved around, and sent and received messages. The messages had been deleted. The police learned that Corey had communicated with a drug dealer named Carmen Lauber. Carmen told officers that Corey had asked for pain medication in late 2021 or early 2022. Not long after this, Corey asked for something stronger. She specifically requested some of the Michael Jackson stuff. Corey was trying to get her hands on propofol, but Carmen sold her fentanyl instead. This was on February 11, 2022. 3 days later, on Valentine's Day, Eric became sick after eating a sandwich Corey purchased for him. He told his business partner he thought his wife was trying to poison him. About 2 weeks after this alleged poisoning, Corey purchased more.
And that part there, was he joking about that, or he was dead serious? No, this person's trying to poison me. And if so, why don't you leave at that point if you can? I'm just a little confused about that. Chat, those of you who know this case better than me, what was up with that? He said, okay, my wife tried to poison me, but then what? Then what happened then?
Fentanyl from Carmen. 6 days later, Eric died from a fentanyl overdose. The day after Eric's death, Corey purchased the Midway Mansion for $2.9 million. So even him dying did not stop her from moving forward with her plans. As part of the investigation, the police seized Corey's cell phone and found some interesting searches.
So here's the thing. The morning of Tim's death, Tim's sister was there and she was completely distraught. And she said it did not look like Corey was distraught in the same way. And she was actually more concerned about a closing. She was calling someone about a closing while she was consoling their son while the sister was there. So it's like, dude, ice cold. And the sister said to her, "You're going to do this right now?" And she said, "Yes, I am. It's my business." So it's like, what? Like, that made me not like her even more right there. Because again, I haven't learned that much about the case, so.
Which occurred after Eric's death. For example, signs of being under federal investigation. What is white-collar crime? What happens if you are detained but never got read Miranda rights? Can FBI find deleted messages? Can cops force you to do a lie detector test? Luxury prisons for the rich in America. Women, Utah prison. Death certificate says pending. Will life insurance still pay? How long does it take life insurance companies to pay? If someone is poisoned, what does it go down on the death certificate as? Is circumstance an unknown accident? Can probable cause be a testimony? Can manner of death be changed on a death certificate? How to permanently delete information from iPhone remotely? And what is a lethal dose of fentanyl? This didn't look too good for Corey, but she was not immediately arrested. Instead, the police continued the investigation. On March 7, 2023, Corey Richens self-published a 41-page book inspired by the death of her husband titled, "Are You With Me?" It is about
like a Pink Floyd song. Hello, hello, hello. Is there anyone out there? Is anybody with me?
a father who died.
Is there anyone home?
And returned as a ghost to be supportive to his son. The book is supposed to be heartwarming and reassuring for children coping with the loss of a loved one. In reality, it is poorly written, emotionally disconnected, and unsettling. The illustrations make it look as though the father was terrorizing or haunting the son, which is an unconventional approach to
Grande with his dry humor. Make sure you like the video for Dr. Grande's dry humor.
And reassuring for children coping with the loss of a loved one. In reality, it is poorly written, emotionally disconnected, and unsettling. The illustrations make it look as though the father was terrorizing or haunting the son, which is an unconventional approach to reassurance. Corey did not appear to
An unconventional approach to reassurance, looking like the loved ones terrorizing the children. What do you know?
possess the ability to empathize. She could not understand how other people were feeling. On May 8, 2023, about 2 months after her creepy book was released, Corey was arrested and charged with a few different offenses, including aggravated murder. She was facing 25 years to life in prison for the murder charge alone. On one occasion, when Corey was transported from jail to a medical facility, the authorities searched her cell and found a folded 6-page letter inside a book about the law. The letter was addressed to Corey's mother, Lisa Darden. At the top of the first page, the words "walk the dog" were written in large letters. This appears to be code for "destroy this letter." In the body of the letter, Corey explained a plan for her brother Ronnie to remember having a conversation with Eric, consistent with Eric obtaining fentanyl in Mexico. She wanted her brother to tell her attorney about this memory. The prosecution believed Corey was desperate to explain where the fentanyl came from and accused her of witness tampering. On February 23, 2026, the trial for Corey Richens started. The state argued that Corey murdered Eric to inherit millions of dollars and start a new life with her boyfriend. The defense argued that Corey was targeted by vindictive in-laws who implicated her in Eric's death. They could not accept that Eric was using illegal drugs. On March 16, 2026, Corey Richens was found guilty of aggravated murder, aggravated attempted murder, forgery, and 2 counts of insurance fraud. Her sentencing is scheduled for May 13, 2026. This date is significant in another way. It would have been Eric's 44th birthday.
Oh, this is May 13th. Or is it May 14th? I thought it was 13th.
Now moving to my analysis. Corey Richens maintains her innocence. Her supporters argue that there is insufficient evidence to prove she poisoned Eric. The state, of course, disagrees. They believe the evidence paints a clear picture of guilt. This brings me to the question, is Corey guilty of murder? Let's take a look at the evidence both for and against the idea she is guilty, starting with the inculpatory factors. In the year before Eric's death, Corey started having an affair. She developed a long-term plan to be with her lover. Corey was running a failing house-flipping venture and was over $7 million in debt. About 3 months before Eric died, she outdated Eric's life insurance policy to make herself the sole beneficiary. The insurance company notified Eric, and he changed the policy back to the way it was. Corey obtained fentanyl illegally from a drug dealer. She admitted that she prepared an alcoholic beverage for Eric and brought it to him in the bedroom right before he died from a fentanyl overdose. On the 911 call, Corey immediately tried to establish her alibi. She delayed performing CPR for over 5 minutes. Corey told the police that she left her cell phone in her bedroom when she walked into her son's bedroom, but the phone was used during that time. According to various witnesses, Corey may have tried to poison Eric on 2 prior occasions. The day after Eric died, Corey purchased a mansion that he did not want her to purchase. Her internet search history was consistent with being fixated on gaining a financial benefit from her husband's death. Ultimately, Corey collected $13 million from insurance policies and spent about half of it on settling her debts. Now moving to the exculpatory factors. The police never found fentanyl in the Richens family house. Eric may have had a drug problem. Perhaps he obtained the fentanyl on his own, or Corey purchased the drug at his request. That's pretty much it for the exculpatory factors.
Well, let's see what Dr. Grande's verdict here. Does he agree with the verdict?
When considering all the evidence in this case, do I believe that Corey is guilty? Yes, in my opinion, she is guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. The jury came to the correct verdict. What do I think happened in this case? This is just a theory, my opinion. Corey Richens was self-centered, impulsive, irresponsible, reckless, perfidious, cold, callous, sadistic, materialistic, hedonistic, greedy.
Perfidious. Someone's got to look that word up. I don't know that one. Look up perfidious, please.
Overconfident, arrogant, nefarious, unrefined, falsely believed she was special, had a sense of entitlement, and was exceedingly creepy. Her marriage to Eric was unhappy. Part of this may have been caused.
That's a solid cluster there of adjectives. Let's hear that again.
Think happened in this case. This is just a theory, my opinion. Corey Richens was self-centered, impulsive, irresponsible, reckless, perfidious, Cold, callous, sadistic, materialistic, hedonistic, greedy, overconfident, arrogant, nefarious, unrefined, falsely believed she was special, had a sense of entitlement, and was exceedingly creepy. Her marriage to Eric was unhappy. Part of this may have been caused by Eric spending
Perfidious, deliberately deceitful, treacherous, or betraying trust. It's not just lying, it's betrayal with intention. Often involves someone pretending loyalty while secretly undermining you. That's a good one to add to your vernacular, your repertoire. Perfidious. Thank you, Dr. Grande.
several months at a time away on hunting trips. Corey found a new lover, but she had a problem. There was a prenuptial agreement with Eric, which prevented her from taking his money during a divorce. Her first plan to deal with the situation was to build her own multi-million-dollar business. She could be successful just like her husband, Eric. Using Eric's money, Corey started flipping houses. Her only problem was that she was completely incompetent. She had no understanding of finances and market conditions. In deal after deal, Corey lost money. Her situation became even worse when she borrowed money at extremely high interest rates, hoping she could dig herself out of the hole. Eventually, Corey found herself over $7 million in debt. Discouraged by her failure, she changed her strategy from earn millions of dollars by flipping houses to earn millions of dollars by murdering her husband. She poisoned Eric with fentanyl and closed on her dream mansion the next day. The idea here was to use
19 more likes to go to 500. There's no excuses for not getting there tonight. And subscribe to the channel if you're not already.
Her husband's estate and insurance payouts to turn the Midway mansion into an event center. Corey thought that she could charge $12,000 to $15,000 a day and live a life of luxury in the guest house. Once again, she demonstrated how she had no idea what she was doing. The mansion was not zoned for commercial use. It had no event infrastructure. And in that area of Utah, an event center might go for $10,000 a day at the most. Not surprisingly, Corey failed again. At this point, she came up with another plan to extract money from Eric's death. She self-published a book about a ghost dad haunting a son. Corey was pretending to have empathy, like she truly understood how harmful it was for a child to lose a parent. One motive for writing.
I'm almost surprised we haven't seen Erica Kirk come out with a book for dealing with grief at this rate. Seems like she does pretend to have empathy too.
The book may have been to ease any small amount of guilt Corey had for committing murder. The book demonstrates how it's okay that Eric was dead. Sure, he was viciously murdered by his wife, but nobody should worry about it because he could come back from the dead, float around, and encourage his children. They didn't really need their father to be physically present. They just needed the non-existent support that he could offer from beyond the grave. Corey was trying to patch things up, in a sense, to portray the murder as not such a negative occurrence. Her homicidal behavior did not significantly interfere with family life. Eric was just a little lighter, quieter, and more transparent. When Corey was arrested for murder, she believed that she could outsmart law enforcement. She came up with the notorious walk the dog letter, a brazen attempt to fabricate a story where Eric was responsible for obtaining the fentanyl that killed him. In the end, Corey did not escape justice. She may not be too worried about it, however. Based on her search history, she believed there are luxury prisons for the rich in America. Corey will have many years to evaluate the accuracy of that theory. Those are my thoughts on the case of Corey Richens.
So apparently she did say that. Luxury prisons for the rich. She's probably referring to the Office Space line where there's white-collar resort prison and federal pound me in the A prison.
Let me tell you about a trial that started in Utah this week because it has one of the strangest fact patterns I've seen in a while. A woman is dead from an insulin overdose. Her friend, a nurse, is accused of killing her. But here's the twist. The victim had spent years telling people she was terminally ill, when according to medical evidence, she wasn't actually ill at all. She was just a serial liar. So the jury in this case has to answer a very uncomfortable question. Did a manipulative friendship end in murder, or did it end in suicide? I'll explain what's happened so far in the trial through day 4 and what the prosecution and defense are trying to prove, and I'll be back to you in just a moment.
So we're watching this to see if we're going to go over this as a case soon. I'm trying to find new things to watch. But like the video while you're here. Apparently we're 15 likes away from 500. Subscribe to the channel if not already. And right now we're looking for the next case to go over. That's what we're doing.
And everything that I say pretty much is my opinion unless stated otherwise. Today we're beginning the coverage of the Megan Sundwall trial in Utah. And before we jump into daily coverage of the testimony, I want to give you a deep recap of the case so far, because this trial has already produced some extremely important testimony, and the themes that will likely decide the verdict are already emerging. Megan Sundwall is charged with aggravated murder, obstruction of justice, and the allegation is that Sundwall intentionally caused the death of her friend, Casey Lee Terry, by administering a lethal overdose of insulin. Now, insulin is a fascinating poison in a legal sense. On one hand, it's a life-saving medication for diabetics. I take insulin. I take it by pump. But if a large amount is given to someone who doesn't need insulin, it can drive blood sugar dangerously low, a condition called hypoglycemia. In fact, if I take more than about 2 units of insulin, it will drop my blood sugar way down to 50, 60 sometimes. And I have to either stop my insulin pump.
I also pull out the jump to conclusions, Matt. When I see people speculating, I say, put away your jump to conclusions, Matt. We need some evidence here.
To let it come back up. Or sometimes I'll have to actually eat some sugar to prevent going into a coma. And of course, that can lead to confusion, unconsciousness, coma, and death. So insulin becomes a perfect murder weapon in one important respect. It can be extremely difficult to prove who administered it. And that's going to be the central issue in this trial. Who administered the insulin to Ms. Terry? So the prosecution team is from the state of Utah. They're prosecutors from the Utah County Attorney's Office, and that's Julie Thomas and Lauren Hunt. They are members of the trial team. On the defense side, Megan Sundwall is represented by defense attorney Scott C. Williams, and Mr. Williams does not appear to be a graduate of the same law school as Thelma and Louise from the Corey Richens case. The victim in this case is Casey Lynn Terry. She's 38 years, or she was 38 years old at the time of her death. And the background of the case is just bizarre. According to investigators, Casey Terry spent years telling people she had terminal cancer, specifically leukemia. There is a psychological condition called Munchausen syndrome, which we can talk about in a separate video if you want. Let me know in the comments if you're interested. She told family members and she told friends that she had this terminal cancer, that she was going to die, no question about it. She told Megan Sundwall that. But after her death, investigators reviewed her medical records. There was no history of leukemia, no cancer, nothing. So there's no evidence she had cancer or any other terminal condition, none. That fact alone creates a complicated dynamic for the jury because it means the prosecution must prove a homicide involving a victim who had been lying about.
And by the way, this is no longer about Nancy Guthrie. This is the Utah insulin murder trial. What the jury has heard so far. 38-year-old woman's a victim who was telling people she had a fatal illness but it turns out she didn't. So we're learning about the case right now. And while you're here, please remember to like the video. Likes are free. Subscribe to the channel if you're not already. And say hello to the flock of black sheep here in the live chat.
Being terminally ill. And the defense will absolutely lean into that. Now, Casey Terry and Megan Sundwall were close friends. At times, they had lived together. And at times, Terry had relied on Sundwall for help with what she said were serious medical problems. But over time, prosecution says that the relationship began to change. According to testimony presented in court, Terry had begun telling people she believed Sundwall was trying to poison her, specifically with insulin. That statement will obviously be powerful for the prosecution. But again, the defense will remind jurors that Terry had a documented pattern of telling false stories. So the question becomes, which of Terry's statements were true and which were not? That's going to be a tough call for the jury. Now, I know what you're thinking here.
And that is a tough call, honestly. How do you know when someone's lying, basically being a pathological liar about one thing? What else are they now lying about? It becomes very tricky.
You're thinking, well, she's a nurse and she thinks this woman is terminally ill and they're friends. Why would she kill her for no reason? Well, the prosecution has presented at least one potential motive, and that is money. Prosecutors say that Sundwall believed she would receive $1.5 million in life insurance after Terry's death. But investigators later discovered something pretty remarkable. That insurance policy did not exist. So if the prosecution is correct, the motive may have been based on a belief in a financial payout that was never actually real. And what a defendant believed is often very difficult to prove. That's unusual, but it's not unheard of in these kinds of criminal cases. People sometimes commit crimes based on what they think is true, even when it isn't. For example, Corey Richens. She thought she was going to get all of Eric Richens' wealth. And of course, all she got was a prison cell for life. So opening statements on day one began with the prosecution laying out their theory of this planned killing.
Megan Sundwall over here had a plan. Her plan was that she would go to her friend Casey Terry's house. She would inject her with insulin and monitor her blood glucose until Casey died. We know that's her plan because she had text messages to Casey telling her that. On August 12th, 2024, Megan put that plan into action. Casey didn't die that day, but she did slip into a coma from profound hypoglycemia, which is low blood sugar.
A coma from hypoglycemia. And again, the motive was maybe wanting money from a life insurance, but there was no life insurance policy. This case is very strange. And please remember to like the video. We're at 490. Got to get to 500. The eye of Sauron sees you if you did not like it already.
And 3 days later, she was removed from life support and died. That is a really teeny little nutshell of what the trial is going to be about. There is a heck of a lot more information about the how and why.
They told jurors that Sundwall went to Terry's home and administered insulin repeatedly until Terry's blood sugar dropped to fatal levels. According to the prosecution, Terry's blood sugar was checked 19 times over about 10 hours.
Megan's parents were also there. They had arrived about an hour earlier. Megan had called them to come and give her a blessing of release, make her die faster. None of them called 911. Megan claimed she didn't know what was happening. She was well aware of what was happening. They found a glucose monitor in Casey's room that showed that her blood sugar had been tested 19 times over 10 hours. That began at 9:18 a.m. That was probably most likely because Megan wasn't there yet. Casey testing her own blood sugar to see what was normal for her. And it was normal. It was at about 87. That's a regular, perfectly good.
There seems to be an uptick in women killing people potentially in Utah here. If you're a man in Utah, or if you're anyone in Utah, be careful.
Blood sugar level for a non-diabetic.
And here's where you run into problems if you are a prosecutor and you misstate facts. A blood sugar of 87 is not normal. A normal blood sugar is between 102 and 104. Anything lower than that is generally considered trending toward hypoglycemia, and my insulin monitor notifies me when I drop below 80. And as you can see here, sometimes it does. Those readings showed a steady decline. Normal blood sugar, then dangerously low, then levels consistent with coma, and then, unfortunately, levels even lower than that. The prosecution also highlighted text messages between the two women. And again,
so what did that evidence point to right there? That they were being checked, but then once they were being checked, they were not being checked to rise them up again, to raise them up. They were like, no, this is good. This is what I'm looking for here. I want these down. So to me, so far, pointing towards guilt to me, but let's see.
I always wonder what people are thinking when they send text messages like this, because if they're doing something that they know is unlawful, they're going to come in. You know they're going to come in.
She expressed in February of 2024 to Casey, Casey expressed to Megan, I wish I could just pass so you could get out of this mess. And Megan's response was, if you dying would get me out of this mess and darkness I am in, I would take it.
That kind of statement is the kind of evidence prosecutors love to show juries because it suggests motive, it suggests intent, and it suggests emotional frustration with the victim.
My goodness. You want to hear that again?
Casey expressed to Megan, I wish I could just pass so you could get out of this mess. And Megan's response was, if you dying would get me out of this mess and darkness I am in, I would take it.
It's a pretty cruel thing to say there. And I'm not sure what to make of the person who's the liar about the diseases. I'm not sure what to make of her. But this woman also seems pretty off. The woman who's accused of doing it. Yeesh. Impaired empathy, to say the least.
That kind of statement is the kind of evidence prosecutors love to show juries because it suggests motive, it suggests intent, and it suggests emotional frustration with the victim. I'm getting tired of you. All your whining, all your complaining. I'm getting tired of you. You keep this up and you're out of here. That's the message that the prosecution wants to send with that kind of evidence. Well, the defense told jurors that they should be highly skeptical of the prosecution's story. Defense attorney Scott Williams told the jury the state cannot prove who administered the insulin.
In fact, the timing of that could have been before Megan even got there. That's the best of medicine, and the experts can tell us.
So on your way in here, handsome, make sure you like the video and subscribe to the channel. Leave your DNA on that like button. Slap the like button. Spank it.
Commoner, thank goodness, gives us a timeline that demonstrates that exogenous insulin could have been administered by Casey Terry to herself.
Well, if you can't prove who administered the insulin, you've got a real problem here with the actual administration that killed her. And he raised an alternative explanation. This was Terry committing suicide. Williams said Terry had spent years talking about wanting.
That's fair, right? So if she's doing this and she's the one checking it herself, maybe.
To die. And he argued Terry could have administered the insulin herself. And he said he felt like investigators had locked on to Sundwall way too quickly.
Okay, so there's no proof of who administered the insulin. That's a pretty big thing.
And this is a classic defense strategy in circumstantial cases. You always argue that the prosecution narrowed its focus too early and it didn't keep a wide enough focus and didn't rule out other possibilities. And if the defense can show a reasonable alternative explanation, that alone can create reasonable doubt. If you remember from my reasonable doubt video, which I will link up here, I said there were the two stories theme. The defense has an alternate possible story that may be as probable as the state's theory. And let me say something about cops and medical cases too while I'm at it. I defended a nurse who was accused of overdosing patients with propofol, the Michael Jackson drug, in a cardiothoracic intensive care unit. Now, the medical records of the two patients involved clearly demonstrated this did not happen. But my client had to spend thousands to hire experts to defeat that charge. So just because the state says it doesn't always mean it's true. On day 2, there was medical evidence. The key witness early on was the assistant medical examiner, Dr. Ben Murray. His testimony contained a very important detail. The manner of death was ruled as undetermined, and that word matters. Medical examiners classify deaths as natural, accidental, suicide, homicide, or undetermined. Undetermined means the medical evidence alone could not identify the manner of death. That is something the defense will lean very heavily into, because if the medical examiner cannot say homicide, the prosecution must rely heavily on circumstantial evidence. Now, jurors also heard from members of the victim's family. One witness was Mark Farnsworth, Terry's uncle. He found her unconscious, unresponsive, struggling to breathe. And he also found a vial of insulin that was uncapped, and with a syringe, he said he found them outside. But here's a reason why you might want to suspect that just a bit.
Well, talk a little bit in a minute about what you're going to hear about. Quite frankly, insulin, when she moves in to Mark's house, her grandparents' house, is everywhere all the time, unaccounted for, all sorts of them, because Mark's a diabetic, mom's a diabetic, sister's a diabetic, and his brother Kyle's a diabetic.
And of course, his finding it could create problems for the prosecution just because he could just as easily have placed it there. Those pieces of physical evidence are important for the prosecution because they support the theory that insulin was involved. The vial of insulin being hidden also creates an interesting jury problem, in that clearly Farnsworth, because he has plenty of access to insulin, could have planted it there. But if in fact Megan took it and hid it out there, that shows consciousness of guilt. And so that piece of evidence could cut both ways in this trial. On day 3, there was emotional testimony. Megan Sundwall's own father came in and testified. Lavoy Randall came in and he said Terry had convinced him she was dying of cancer. He believed it. He said he had come to see her almost like a daughter. But on the day of Terry's death, he was called to the house, and he described hearing what he believed was a death rattle in her breathing. For those unfamiliar with that term, it refers to the sound someone makes and is heard when someone is very near death. It's caused usually by fluid building up in the lungs and breathing becoming more labored, and yet they can't clear the junk in their lungs, so it creates this death rattle.
Channel is called JD Ask a Lawyer. I like him because he explains things very clearly and concisely, and especially if you're wanting like a clear and concise breakdown of these cases, I think this is a good guy to do it. So make sure you check out his channel and support his work. Remember to like my video here. Should be able to get the 500 likes are free. Slap that like button and subscribe to the channel if you're not already.
Randall testified he did not call 911 because he believed that Terry had a do not resuscitate order. And indeed, that's what Sundwall had told Farnsworth. But investigators later said they could not find a valid DNR order. Sundwall also did not have a durable power of attorney for health care, giving her permission to make health care decisions for Terry. Those details could matter a lot to the jurors because it raises the question, why wasn't emergency help called sooner? Well, if you're Sundwall and you believe she doesn't want to be resuscitated, okay, that makes some sense. But if you've also done something to end her life, it means basically that you're evil. Another person that testified was the victim's sister, Kylie Clark. She told jurors something very important. She confirmed Terry had lied about having leukemia. She also said Terry seemed more hopeful shortly before her death, and she testified Terry never told her she wanted to die. Clark also testified Terry had said she believed Sundwall was trying to poison her with insulin. That testimony helps the prosecution, but the defense will likely argue Terry's credibility still remains deeply questionable. In other words, it's not Clark, the witness, who is lying. It's the victim herself. On day 4, they started going through the digital evidence. The trial began moving into that phase. Investigators talked about extracting data from the phones belonging to Sundwall and Terry. According to reports, the two women exchanged tens of thousands of messages over the years, nearly 28,000. The digital record may be the most important part of the case because prosecutors believe the texts show a pattern of discussion about illness, death, and finances. Prosecution also alleges that hundreds of messages were deleted from Sundwall's phone. If jurors believe those deletions were intentional, that can be powerful evidence of consciousness of guilt. There are 5 issues this jury is going to have to decide as this trial moves forward. First, who administered the insulin? The prosecution must prove that Sundwall did. The defense only needs to show the possibility that Terry did it herself. Second, how credible was Casey Terry? The victim lied extensively about having cancer. What else did she lie about? The jury must decide whether that destroys the reliability of her other statements.
This is a tricky one, honestly. This is a tricky one.
Third, what do the text messages reveal about intent? Texts can be incredibly persuasive evidence, as they were in the Richens trial, but they can also be misinterpreted. It's like misplacing a comma, let's eat, Grandma, as opposed to let's eat Grandma. Fourth, why was 911 not called sooner? Jurors often care deeply about that question because it tends to implicate a desire to see somebody die. And fifth, was there really a financial motive? If the jury believes that Sundwall thought she would inherit money, that supports motive. If they believe the insurance story is weak, that may create doubt. So as we head into the next phase of this trial, the jury has already heard the prosecution's theory of an insulin murder, the defense theory of having taken her own life, testimony from family members, testimony from the medical examiner, and the beginning of the digital evidence. What we still need to see is whether the prosecution can prove beyond a reasonable doubt that Sundwall administered the insulin rather than Terry doing it herself, because that question is the hinge on which this entire case may turn. As the trial testimony continues, I'll cover it and explain what matters and what doesn't. There are several fascinating evidentiary issues here that I want to talk about as the trial continues, and I'll see you in the next video. Thanks for watching.
All right. So I like that guy. JD Ask a Lawyer. We'll be going to him, I think, in the future for some of these cases. But we might be watching some courtroom stuff too. It really just depends. It depends on the case and what kind of traction is gotten. But with that, guys, that's really all I have for tonight. Remember, 10 p.m. Eastern tomorrow night, Dr. Salerno. If you want a good prep, watch one of my interviews with him before it, or watch his most recent interview with Chris Williamson. Should be good. So, Miss Kim, thank you for modding. Thanks Song Bitch for modding and Livin, although both of them are now not here. No Hype and Rooster, OC Girl, George. Thanks for helping us get to the likes, George. Mayor has already gone, but have a great night. Sarah. Cat's already gone. I said no hype. Jay Slee. Corey. Not Corey Richens. The other Corey. Good Corey. But all right, guys. Over and out, gentlemen and ladies. Till tomorrow night.